Saxons stormed south through Logres, catching off-guard garrisons, and the city of St. Albans near London they did conquer. Prince Regent Madoc by ailing father's side called muster, yet much of Logres lay ensnared by occupation. The marshlands did bear great raids, Cambrian mountain men's onslaught, losses heavy. Glevum, with heart bereaved, did mourn Duke Eldol's fall. A sundering war brewed. Duke's daughter, Lady Helly of Glevum, and grandson Sir Challens of Clarence poised to clash. Under Earl Roderick's banners, Salisbury, Summerland, Silchester journeyed to muster, ambushed by Eosa on Path's way. Eosa fell, yet reinforcements delayed, crippling their advance. St. Albans, a prize won on a fateful day, the feeble King Uther, Excalibur grasped, rode forth to join his son's battle. Octa's forces faltered, yet a venomous feast poisoned victory's cup. Prince Madoc, felled by Syagrius, echoes of Franklin's past. Lone Duke Ulfius endured, his heir Ufo shouldered the legacy. In Salisbury, the somber cloak of mortality draped itself upon Earl Roderick, as his health dwindled to a whisper, and in passing, his title and domain passed to the hands of fledgling heirs. Yet in the hinterlands of Britain, a change whispered through the woods and fields. The verdant embrace of nature crept forth, reclaiming roads once traversed by foot and hoof, as paths blurred into trails. The realm of Tribuit, a realm oft forgotten, neared oblivion within the embrace of the titanic woodland, the great forest sauvage. And it is told that many a wondrous sight doth greet those who tread through Summerland's domain. Merlin's presence whispered through London's air, a sword encased in stone, spoke of a destined king, a riddle inscribed upon its ancient surface. Cornwall's King Edrich stirred, rising an army as Tintagel's fate trembled once more. Shadowy lands of Tintagel, Ascalon, and Gigant held within his gaze. King Uther rests twixt kin Aurelius and Madoc in the giant's dance. Escavalon's Nanteliad brought word of tribute wars in South Cambria. Merchant's tale spoke of Cerdic's yearning. Vortigern's son sought father's mantle. Logres, once a great kingdom, is left to lick its wounds. Hello and welcome to Marvel and DC crossover. Pendragon. we had some very interesting conversations, ranging from heroin to the Joker recently.
Yeah.
Sometimes in the same sentence.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and talk about our characters. We're going to start with you, Thomas. So we do our intro.
Hello, I'm a Marvel, and I am also Thomas. I will be playing Sir Edrich of House Winterbourne Stoke, who's having a lovely time. Just a lovely time.
Sounds about right. We'll go to Florence next.
Hi, I'm a DC. I'm also Mark, aka the Cat's Meow, and today I will be playing Sir Florence of Idmiston and the Baron of Axe.
And we'll go to Liam with Virgil next.
Hi, I'm Image Comics. Please participate. Hi, I'm Liam. I play Virgil of Durnford, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what I can break this session.
You could have at
Bob,
least done a
news.
Liefeld.
Image Comics. Yeah,
you could have
Image
at least
Comics
done a
just
Liefeld
texted
or
me.
McFarlane message. But like I want an impersonation. Like I want some McFarlane sound effects. Like maybe like you just come over here with a choo. You ever watch him draw? He makes like all these like bomb noises when he draws.
I love that man.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Got such bad news, guys. Image Comics just revoked the sponsorship. It was in
No.
the pipeline, but...
There we go. Oh well, there's next time. So, to be fair, Jim Lee was part of that, and anything Jim Lee, well, not anything Jim Lee's a part of, but Jim Lee's awesome. I like Jim Lee.
Jim Lee rules.
And did we get through you three? We got through all three. Maybe?
Yeah, we're good. We're ready.
Right, and then there's me. I'm Bob, and I run this game sometimes. Sometimes I fail to run this game. Let's see what tonight is. We're gonna go ahead and dive in, kind of where we left off. Kind of not. We're gonna zoom back in on Edrich and your visitor at the Giant's Dance. So amongst Stonehenge, you find the hooded figure you haven't seen in some time.
My life is strewn with cowpats from the devil's own satanic herd. No, this is fortunate indeed. I was sent here by the Lady Igraine to collect Morgan, who seemed to have been taken or become misplaced. But why return with merely one of her children when I could return with two? Where is Arthur Pendragon?
Be safe. Elsewhere. Beyond the borders of Logris.
I suppose that is...
Beyond the boundaries of any realm you know.
Boundaries beyond this realm are not safe, and I know that firsthand. But Logris in this particular case, probably not the safest for a child. Why have you come before me, Merlin?
Tell me, have the effects of Uther's loyalties worn off on you yet, Edrich?
So you confirm indeed that it was magical in nature?
The sword is meant to inspire what's already inside one. If you wish to blame your own fascination, your own fanaticism on the sword, I would start by looking inward.
No one is happy when I look inward, Merlin. But in this case, I recognize Uther for what he was. A king, a flawed man, a deeply flawed man. But once, my liege. I would perhaps have made different choices had I knew then what I now know. Why do you ask?
I'm in need of a friend. Or I will be.
I do hope that appearing mysteriously within the giant's dance isn't your way of inviting me to a social call.
You've come to a place where I have sight. You've entered the realm of dreaming.
Oh God, not again. Edrich kind of sighs and grits his teeth. I have duties, Merlin. I must see to the vanished Morgan, preferably before she finds some way to kill me. And indeed, I must secure Salisbury against earthly threats.
Good.
But while I am here,
It seems
why
like our
do you
goals
need?
are in alignment.
You too seek the young Lady Morgan.
Oh no.
Tell me how I can help, and tell me what you want.
2 years from this date. Meet me here.
This I can do. The boy's mother. What should I tell her? That you are keeping him safe and well fed? Does he want for anything?
I would say nothing.
I consider myself something of a good study of character, one might say. Perhaps one might call it cynicism, perhaps misguided, might call it wisdom. But when I look at you, I'm not quite sure what you want. You act in perhaps the best interests of the realm, or at least you've said so, and you've acted so. But you take a child from his mother with the same panache that one might lift an apple from an apple cart. I can't figure you out, and I suppose I don't have to. My eyes are elsewhere. We fight on different battlefields.
Knights have an honor to them. Some, anyways. We druids are not bound to. Yet, we have mutual goals in mind. This island. The boy is not harmed. He will not be harmed. He's in a better place than he would have been with his own father.
That is true. I can return within 2 years, provided, of course, that King Kurdic does not kill me in his inevitable attack. I'd give it 1. Regardless, shall I bring others, or is this more of a private mission?
If others are to come, They must be sworn to secrecy.
Secrets, true secrets, are rare. But we will see what can be done. You've done a great deal for this island, for King Uther. You've brought victory to battles which otherwise would have been far more bloody. The benefit of the doubt is generally earned, and you have done it. Though doubt you have equally earned from many eyes in many places. But if I can help, I will. I've seen what lies beyond this world, and I do not like it.
Good then. I will be about my business 2 years from this day.
2 years from this day. Also, have you seen an 8-year-old child?
Ah, yes, that's why you're there. And then with that, give me a dex roll, Edrich. -10.
She's absolutely going to try to kill me. My dex is 10, so...
Then a 1 will succeed. So -9 will make it.
Aye!
There you go.
Ooh.
You stumble forward, but you don't quite fall face first in the mud. You kind of catch yourself with your hands. You find yourself
I know what you're about!
back in the giant stand. I'm trying to figure out whether Edrich or Thomas's paranoia is higher right now.
It's absolutely Edrich. Like as much as Thomas is along for the ride, but Edrich is like every bad thing that happens. It's all around me. I know it.
You pitch forward onto your hands, and as you look down on the ground for a second, you see a print in the ground. A nice muddy print. It is clearly not human. Footprint. Slightly smaller, almost like a child's size. But the gnarled
Clearly not human?
Yep. Gnarled and crooked foot.
God shits in my dinner once more. Sorry, Lord. He looks up to the sky.
You see, give me a hunting roll, and I'll give you a +10 from here, since you're under the first spot.
Oh, thank you kindly. Hunting +10. 19 of 12.
You follow the trail on foot further, kind of heading west. So if we go the Salisbury map, we can do. I'll bring the group over so they can see it. Hopefully that even worked. We'll find out. Hey, it did. So as you leave Stonehenge, you follow it back about a couple hundred yards on foot. And then there's some kind of prints there. A mount, maybe? No horse, though.
I see.
The moment it reaches about your lands and the river, you lose track of it.
All right, Edrich, think. There are multiple possibilities. 1, the strange child changed shape into this mount. 2, she was abducted. 3, she took flight, and this is a separate creature. This is getting us nowhere. Edrich is going to look around. Are there any, like, villages or hamlets or, like, people living or, like, roving shepherds at this time of night who might have seen something, anything? Because the last thing he's going to do is return to Lady Igraine and say, we've lost another child.
It's gonna be a tough call. You could check around Winterbourne Stoke to see if any of your commoners are aware of anything.
Edrich can do that, and he shall.
Perfect.
Hoping, of course, yes.
Do me a favor real quick, Thomas. Why don't you test
Oh, yes?
love commoner or concerned commoner versus hate landlord,
Hate landlord.
for me real quick.
Rolling concern commoners. Oh, 14 of 10 failure. Rolling
Okay.
hate landlord. Success.
Okay. Okay. So with hate landlord succeeding, you're gonna make a courtesy roll here, but you're gonna take minus the difference between your success and your number for hate landlord. So
What I will be rolling is courtesy, and I'm hoping to roll a 1.
yeah, okay, that's fair.
Fumble.
Not only that fumble. Oh my. Okay.
Mm.
We're gonna give you a random justice event right now that you're in the thick of. I think that's what we're gonna have happen.
My lord.
Yeah. See,
My lord, I bet five guineas that he wouldn't sleep with my wife.
oh boy. And this is a childhood friend of yours.
Do you truly think I hold any loyalty to anything beyond my own blood?
So
Oof.
clearly, a childhood friend of yours, maybe someone of the peddler and the merchant stock, had a little bit of a dalliance with moonlight meeting with well, this is like
With a
bad
disheartened
movie.
farmer's wife?
Yeah,
Yes.
this sounds like a bad like porn or something. So it's like over a debt. Is that what we're talking about? So the debt is the debt. This guy. So you come over the old man weeping, I guess, and he has no ability to like ask or like understand your questions. He's too melancholic himself.
Look, I'm very busy, but I have been precisely where you are. What's the matter?
It's just I'll finally be free after tonight.
From what?
My debt.
Your debts to whom?
Let's see who your family friend is, Thomas. Eerie.
Incredibly just, incredibly reckless. Very good tactician.
Now the reckless makes sense. You see him come out of the, he's a peddler. Why is he coming out of this farmer's house hovel? And he comes out.
Yes, that is strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why is this grown man weeping?
I haven't the slightest.
Now why are you lying to me?
It's good to see you, Lord Winterbourne Stoke.
And you as well, Eerie. I'm trying to ask people questions, and yet they either seem rather cold, shall we say, and this one has done nothing but weep the entire time I've stood here. This one at least probably wasn't due to me. But why does he cry, and why do you exit his home?
Begging your pardon, personal business.
Personal business. Who's Lord?
Of these lands, you are, my lord.
All business is my business.
I don't know what kind of vibe you get from that one, let's say. He smiles.
Well, I think on that like concern commoner's failure, he's like, I don't know what this is about, and I have different things to attend to. And he looks down at the weeping man by his feet again and goes, I trust that no one's being murdered.
Indeed. Tell you what. You're likely very tired, late to be going about on such trips. Why don't I pay you some dues that I think you've been due for some time? And perhaps I can help an old friend in the process.
This
Is
seems a
something-
transparent attempt, yeah.
Is there something that you might be looking for from your own peoples that I might be better suited to inquire about?
Perhaps. There is a girl I'm looking for, riding a mount of an odd description, not a horse, that traveled along the river not long ago, barely a few hours. Have you seen anything?
I haven't, but I can ask around. Leave it to me. Give me one night. I'll return with whatever news I have.
Does Edrich trust this childhood friend's competence?
I don't know. Let's check.
Want to roll some stats for him? I mean,
Yeah.
you've already kind of, I don't know.
He's just and reckless. Nothing about honest or anything else. He's not very arbitrary, apparently.
Oop, ignore that.
And he has a nightly
There's a nightly presence
of-
nearby.
I believe that's 4 dots is what the summon ability is. What that was in presence.
Yes, precisely.
All right. So, what would you like to do?
I will
here?
not turn, yeah.
Yeah.
I will not turn down a helping hand, though I will continue to look.
Very well.
I will say would it be a bribe, basically? He said, like, here are some dues. He didn't say if you look the other way, and he, like, barely even implied it. Is it a bribe?
Yeah, he tried to give you a librum and turn your head to go the other way. Just did it in a crafty way.
Is there a rule about, like, bribery? It's not,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
against,
It's a Christian law.
oh, absolutely,
Usually.
100%.
Yeah.
Edrich
so not
is
only
going
bribing,
to...
but loaning money is.
Edrich is going to reach out and take the librum and then say, you are aware that usury is a crime.
Of course, which is why I'm giving my money to a friend.
In exchange for not looking into that house and seeing precisely what you were doing.
As I said, no law was broken this night.
He, like, looks over to the weeping man again and goes, that's probably true. You could probably do whatever you wanted to him and he wouldn't really do anything but weep. Continue your business. If I hear about this again, I will look deeper. None of us want that.
My lord.
He will turn and continue looking.
Okay.
Would you like me to raise my hate landlord by 1?
No, we'll give you a slight modifier to that for the film interface menu.
Edric's having a doozy of a day.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna cut to the next scene.
Absolutely.
We're gonna go visit Virgil in Sarum. It's a little bit backdated. As we said, we're doing things slightly out of order. Virgil, you wanted an opportunity to talk to the new prince or atheling of Wessex, did you not?
I did. Last we saw Virgil, he was left in charge of looking after him and making sure that he was a nice and safe hostage in Sarum. So I think Virgil would like to arrange for a very nice meal to be brought to the atheling and would like to eat it with him, invite him for dinner, essentially.
Mm. That can be arranged. There we go. So that
Looking
is...
for the dude.
Give me 1 sec here.
Yeah, no
Just
rush.
gonna cut us over. I forgot to populate his token apparently. Give me a sec. It takes a couple seconds here.
If this man were doing anything but weeping, you'd be in such big trouble, young man.
That's fair. All right. Why didn't that give a name? Oh, because his name's not present this way. So the meal is arranged. You're with him, and then there were several other prisoners, the mounted riders.
I think Virgil's interest is mostly just in the atheling, but if the other guys want to be, like, if he insists or asks for the others to be invited, he's fine with that.
If it's arranged where it's just two of you, I think he'll take that opportunity.
Perfect.
He's curious.
I think as they start to eat, would it be appropriate to roll feast food here?
Yeah, sure, I can do that. Roasted baby.
Roast baby swan.
Why's it gotta be?
Yes.
The cockatrice has returned.
It's a power move. I think Virgil faces the cockatrice right at him, so it's looking at him the entire dinner.
Roasted chicken and pheasant's wings just straight up sounds nice. Like, that's a good side.
This is like the most this is most the gym bro diet I've ever seen. Like, this is straight Virgil. Like, hold on, we're gonna eat some protein, followed by other protein inside of other protein.
Virgil did
finalized with some protein.
Virgil did jump up from size 14 to size 16 and strength 17 in like the last 10 years, and it's probably a diet exclusively of this.
Natty gains right here, and that's what we do.
I think
The stitching increases the fiber content.
once the dinner begins, I think Virgil's just gonna like watch the atheling and see how he eats. Like, what does he do? Like, does he eat like a refined noble? Does he eat like a Saxon? Or what? Like, what's the vibe I get from him?
Sure. I'm not even sure I spelled this right, but he should be the atheling of Wessex. Just to get that there. He eats somewhere. How would I describe this? Well, first off, let's check and see. I don't think niceties are necessarily Virgil's strong suit either. So maybe let's just do a courtesy roll just to see how tuned in you are to the specifics, I guess. I feel like Perin would crush this roll, but yeah, you do.
Perin would crush it. I listed
Still
as
beat it.
Perin, but that was a Virgil roll.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, he eats mostly like a man of the Logos might. Perhaps a little bit more along the lines of how some of the more northern and western, let's just say like mountain men and folks like that, like they're still sophisticated, they still do the things that are taught by the Romans, but they have with them a little bit more of a, he might not follow every rule in front of him. So it's a smattering of the both, but you'd probably be fairly impressed with how much it aligns.
He's got the technique, but he might not have been raised this way.
Exactly.
Interesting. I think after a little while of uncomfortable silence, Virgil will go. Strange of your father to send you as a hostage.
We agreed it was a good idea. Lord Roderick was known for his word.
And yet, Lord Roderick is dead. You're dealing with strangers now.
This is true.
I believe it was a wound from your people that killed him as well.
My people is a broad term.
You know, that was exactly the answer that I thought you'd give. Interesting. And Virgil, he starts eating too, and he's way less he's courteous, but not like he's probably similar, where he's like he knows how to do it, but it's such a waste of time, right? And he goes, it's a big risk to send his only heir to a people that would typically hate him. More so, a people that believe that your kind are malicious and dishonorable.
All people of this island will be in my father's realm once he is High King.
That is a bold ambition. Just out with it then. All right. I doubt he'll be accepted. But I like seeing that kind of ambition in my enemies.
The Supreme Collegium will see the wisdom, I'm certain. There is no more line of Uther Pendragon. That's been seen too, as I hear.
The Supreme Collegium couldn't figure out how to wipe their own asses. They're so unlikely. Yeah, they're so unlikely to agree on anything that they'd sit and let it rot while they debated whether or not they should or shouldn't assist each other. I assure you, it'll be harder than you think.
And let us hope for this realm that you and I are wrong in this regard.
Because war would come, right?
I see a land, lush and green. It's much unlike my home.
I don't feel the same way that many of my peers do about Saxons. There's an element I respect to how you fight. You're at a disadvantage, so you compensate. I get that. And I can also understand wanting a better life for one's children, those that one cares about. But there's an element that I will never truly understand about you people. Your kind, of course. Why are you so certain that you'll win?
I have met many men. Saxon, Wessie, Cambrian, Irishman, Kimrick, Frank, Roman. I have not met a man like my father.
That almost sounded like real loyalty in your voice.
I do not think he will stop until his goal is achieved and the lands promised the line of Vortigern are recovered.
And do you feel the same way? If you were in his shoes, on his throne, wearing his crown, what would you do?
If there's one thing I've read of Britain, it's that it does not fare well without a high king.
I hate to break it to you, Atheling of Wessex, but Britain hasn't fared well with a high king. Kings die, and they are replaced, and their replacements die as well. If your father does succeed, he'll see that soon enough. And then you will too, if you live that long.
For 25 years, this land knew peace under Constantine.
And yet, all that he fought for, it doesn't amount to much from inside of a grave, does it? A lot of people have died since then, and a lot of people have died from his line. I think that speaks louder than some number of peace. What is legacy to you, Kinrick? Kinrick, yeah. What is legacy to you, Kinrick?
Legacy is remembering our ancestors. Legacy is carrying their glories forward into our own.
And their burdens as well. Logris has seen much war recently, Kenrick. Britain has. I have no doubt you'll find allies here, be it in Salisbury or elsewhere. But I don't want you to assume, even for a moment, that even with every Briton on your side, that the war will be over. Do you understand?
There will always be war. Even Rome has fallen.
And there is no such thing as peace. I look forward to getting to know you better, Kenrick. Not over dinner, but through your actions. And should the time come, I'll look forward to killing you.
He laughs at that. We'll see, Gimrick Knight.
And that's good for me.
Okay.
Every time we threaten to kill someone, they laugh at us and say, go ahead. And then suddenly when we do it, we're the bad guys.
It's mostly Saxons, honestly.
Yeah.
Virgil's got away with them.
It's like everybody. You mean Saxon? Well, yeah, but
Oh, yeah. There's been a lot of Saxons recently.
We generally don't threaten other knights with death until, we kill them.
all right. We're gonna cut forward to a certain something over in Cornwall. As you
Oh,
go to
no.
Florence. Yeah. Florence, give me a diplomacy roll. I'm gonna give you a +5 because you've been at this for a while.
All right. I'm guessing I can't do a passion roll because it's kind of over a number of ages.
Yeah, probably not in this case.
Okay,
Actually,
that's fair.
No, I'll allow it.
All right, then I will do a hospitality because there is a certain amount of hospitality to diplomacy, inviting people over, making sure they're happy, and then talking about them, about the future of the land.
I think in this case, it's not going to be hospitality.
Okay.
Because you're not going to be able to invite this person, or they're going to not.
Ooh, that's interesting. In that case, honor.
Honor? Okay.
There is an honor to diplomacy.
I'll support it. All right.
I succeed, so a +5, total of +10. Because this is very important to Sir Florence. A 16.
Okay. You.
So ironically, without the passion, would have been a crit. Oh well.
That's how it normally works, right?
That's how it goes.
You learn a little bit more about what's been happening in Cornwall because you haven't been spending a lot of time here, to be honest, until this year. You've been elsewhere, knee deep in trying to solve Logos's problems. You find out that almost all the landed lords who've remained here are fiercely loyal to Gorlo's grave.
Mm.
In that most have sworn a secret sort of oath not to swear to a new lord until that lord is of a certain caliber that would befit Gorlo's ideals.
Mm.
However, the independent counties of Tintagel, Ascalon, and Gigant have never been more fractured. It's a series of barons and landowners. Basically, some of them here prior, others transplanted here when parts of were overthrown by Uther, such as yourself. And most of the foreign lords who've claimed new land here aren't really welcomed. Not in there's not necessarily a hostile sort of effort against them, but we have these parties and get-togethers, and Sir Florence doesn't get invited. Kind of thing.
Yeah. These are the people of old Cornwall, not the newbies.
Nevertheless, in your pursuits, you look for what's happening in response to the dues from Cornwall. And though there's a fractured response, you learn of a particular figure who is playing a bit of a organizing role in your county, the county of Ascalon.
Mhm.
His name is Sir Urban. He is not a baron, but he is a banneret,
Mhm.
which means
And who is he a banneret to, out of curiosity?
he was a banneret to Uther Pendragon. But
Ooh.
he was on Gorlo's ship when Gorlo crossed in shipwreck and met his wife.
Right.
So he's been a loyalist to Cornwall the whole time, but his role of banneret was gifted to him as a result of basically the Cornish civil war that happened when Gorlo was planted over a bit of it. I guess it was more to the High King would have been his banneret, right? But that would have fallen, because they're part of Logris, it would have fallen to Uther after Aurelius' death.
Yeah. Good to know.
You find that he's fairly busy. He sends return that he cannot meet with you at the Baron of the Axe, but you're welcome to come to his lands if you want a treat.
In that case, Florence would add that to his schedule.
Right. So we can kind of cut forward to that scene if you want.
Sounds good.
Okay. Sir Florence.
Sir Urban, a pleasure. I don't know if we've been formally introduced as of yet.
I don't think we have. I remember you the first time you came to Cornwall with the other knights of Salisbury. Tell me, how are Edrich and Perin?
Edrich as well. He has been doing his best to secure things back in homeland of Salisbury. Perin, well, he's dead. He died with the king during the Feast of Poison.
What an awful way to go.
Indeed. But I choose to remember him as the great warrior, strategist, and noble man that he was.
I've heard that you've been traveling around Cornwall, seeking allies.
That is very true. I've met with the few of those who are willing to treat with me. I do find myself stepping upon eggshells, as it were. I know it's not exactly looked upon favorably that I was given my land after the battle between Cornwall and the rest of Logris.
Can't use that name once. Sir Meredith.
Entirely separate, Arthur.
Yeah, that's why I said I can't use that name. Sir Meredith was a competent soldier. He fell in the Battle of Terrabille. He was your predecessor in Axe. Many in Ascalon loved him.
I wish I would have had the chance to meet him. I've heard some of the people that I've been watching over speak well of him. I only wish things didn't end as they did. I know what many will think, that I am a usurper. that I am someone here that Uther placed to be his power within these lands. But that is not the case. I have always held Duke Golo in the highest regards, and I still do. I plan to honor his words to me, the promise that I made to him the day that he died. Loyalty is such a complicated thing, is it not? But he was a man truly deserving of it.
This land is fractured. Many will see Idris as the rightful heir. There are those that will fight against him. I do not think they'll do it under one banner. It's too late for Tintagel. It's nearing fall, and by spring, the Cornish will come.
Then I suppose we should speak of Ascalon and its future.
Indeed.
Well then, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. I've heard many of the old guard, as it were, are unwilling to kneel to a new king.
You're right.
But I can... Yes. But I can see that there is sometimes a benefit to bending the knee when it applies. Even if it means temporarily, in sort of a better future. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
There will be no oaths sworn. Not for this. At least, not anytime soon. I think if one seeks such, they should ask themselves whether their intention is to fight off the Cornish or to find their way into some sort of power. I do not think those two are tied together so closely. Unity on the battlefield is not feudalism. If it were, the Picts would not have fought off the Romans for so long.
I see. From what I have gauged, it does not seem Cornwall is willing to treat. So far they have ignored every missive I have sent, or attempt to conversate with them and their lieges. But if it is war we must prepare for, I have strong connections in Salisbury.
You think Salisbury will have time to look one way?
Some of them might. Some of them may not. It all depends on if I can convince them that it is worth their time.
He
But
says,
above all else... Go on.
test your battle for a second.
Mm-hmm. Success.
He looks to you a minute and he says, "It seems you've grown up more on fairy tales than on the reality of battle, Sir Florence. Come, let me show you Salisbury."
Alright. And that he stands, follows behind.
He leads you to what you see is like an actual map. And this is probably the finest map you've ever seen made. Like, ever constructed. Given that maps aren't designed this way. Right?
Yeah.
Like, in this era, the most you'd have is like some crude writings for a map. And even in that case, most of it would be by word of mouth versus an actual legitimate map.
Yeah.
He says, "Before Salisbury, before the Roderick you know, in the times of your grandfather, there existed the Belgae, proud people, but a people who all but came to an end. Your people were extinguished and reignited through Aurelius. It wasn't their fault, really. It's the placement of things. To be surrounded by natural enemies. Are you a stranger to the conflicts of the past with Summerland?"
I know them relatively well. My half-brother fought alongside the prince during the conflict to reclaim Summerland.
Are you aware then that your good Earl... Oh, I should cut over so people can see the map. Might as well. Are you aware that your good Earl took some of the hundreds from Summerland during that war? Contested lands.
I had heard tales of it, yes. Most seem to say it was our lands to begin with. Disputed territory and all that is not uncommon.
No, it's not. One of the hundreds was claimed by your neighbors to the north. Those of Gentian. Beyond the Ambrius Dike. Rumors have it that there are two powerful barons there, one of the cloth and one of the sword. They continue to plot, and they do so in alliance. Have you any knowledge of the late Duke Eldor? He was the old one, Mark, the table leg one.
Right. Yes. I remember seeing him ride out for his final battle. I visited his home once or twice.
Have you met his heirs? He says plural. With a smile.
Oh, yes. The, lady that wishes to rule, and the other supposed bastard heir. At least that's what she claims.
Indeed. And that claim has spread quite effectively, as I have it. It seems that she has taken Glevin, the county, and it's been fractured in two. Her nephew, Chalens, now holds Clarence as a county, and if he had it his way, I believe he would name himself a duke.
Over a single county? It's a bit presumptuous.
It is. There's no king of Logris to refute it.
There's no king of Logris to prove it either. The only way he'll be able to is by the sword.
I hear you have new neighbors to your south. Wessex, they're calling it.
I'd only heard rumors from home. I've yet to really conversate with any of my people in Salisbury, but I'm sure it's not that big of a deal. It's not uncommon we get raiders in the south, and I'm sure they can be dealt with easily.
It's less uncommon when they're Vortigern's son. It's less common when it's Vortigern's son.
That Florence turned and goes, "What?"
Cerdic, the son of Vortigern and Rowena, the forgotten son. He has returned from Saxony, the host.
I had thought all Vortigern's children dead. At least the ones that allied with the Pendragons. This is not good.
Vortimer and Cadogan, and then there was Pashent, all born from Constantine's sister. But Vortigern remarried in a ploy to ally with the Saxons. He married
The Saxon
the
lady.
bloodline of Hengist.
Right. That complicates things severely.
The Belgae have a great many feuds, or had a great many feuds, but none stood greater than those of the Atreides of Silchester.
Seems the feud is deeper than I originally thought.
It goes back. I heard about your troubles with Magus.
Yes, I thought them dealt with. Seems that may not be the case.
If I have it correct, the Duke is still ill, still bedridden. Though they say he summons the Supreme Collegium. See if they will name a new king.
Is this a push for power, or is he simply clinging on to false hope?
I think he knows what we all know. Logris is on hard times, and the vultures that sit outside of our boundaries will see this as well as we do. Not just the Cornish or the Saxons on the shore, those of the mainland, the Irish, perhaps even the Picts.
So a war on 1,000 fronts, hmm? I have a question. Okay.
The Cornish stand united in spirit, but many wish to face a possibility as just that, a possibility. There's no certainty of war yet. I think it will take Tintagel falling for them to see differently.
I see.
As much as it grieves me, I must let it fall.
Seems there is not much choice. I'd like to ask for your honest opinion on something. Do you think it is possible for Ascalon to stand independently among all the threats to its borders?
Possible, yes. I suppose it all comes down to that war against Idris. We cannot convince him that we're enough of a threat for him to avoid invasion, or to defeat him should he invade.
And that will be no easy feat. It will certainly require strange alliances. For this matter, Sir Urban, you are truly a far greater strategist than I am. It is not hard for me to admit such. But I consider myself a man of diplomacy, of people skills. If I can help secure alliances, will you help draft war plans?
It seems we have much to discuss next year.
Very well then. So you will know, I plan to return to Salisbury upon Easter. During that time, I will have my barony managed by my steward. Should you wish to contact me during that time, simply send a missive there, and it will be redirected to where I am staying in Salisbury.
Understood. I'll continue to monitor the situation in Tintagel. But I know from that war, Idris sees Cornwall as his. He sees himself the heir of Riathmus. It is the reason him and Gorlo fought to begin with. Succession claim. Both felt they had proper right to it.
Yes. Well, maybe one day Cornwall will be free again. But it will be a long time till that day is upon us.
Free of what, Sir Florence? Free of the kingdom of Cornwall? Or free of the kingdom of Logres?
Free of unworthy rulers.
Good answer.
What can I say? I'm good with my words. But I do believe it with all my heart. Golo named me his favorite knight. And that is something that I have clung onto with all I could. We've lost so much in such little time. And I won't lose a single inch more.
Alright, with that, we're gonna cut back to Salisbury and we're gonna visit Thomas once more.
Good God, where can this strange magic child be?
Have you tried under the sofa?
First place I looked.
Be-
I checked that for assassins.
Because you lost the trail, I'm gonna give you a flat hunting roll for the next part.
Oh God. May I, if you would be so kind, allow me to impassion myself with... Let's go homage Uther for extra irony points.
What do you have that at now?
11.
Okay. I'm going to get you to test it. If you fail it, I think it's going to drop by quite a bit.
That's fine. He is, after all, quite dead.
Okay.
Failure.
So I'm going to drop it by an exploding D4. 2. It's down to 9.
Homage Uther 9.
Such loyalty to a corpse.
Yeah, we were just talking about this. And you may test hunting unimpacted by that.
Flat hunting? Yeah, I'm not incredibly surprised. Failure.
You ride around your lands really well. You find all sorts
I am convinced she's learned how to fly.
But despite your best efforts, there's no luck. Sorry.
This is going to be hell to explain.
Oh no, I got this right there. So you're gonna return back home that night. We don't have to go into an in-character with Igraine at this point. In fact, I think after she sought your help, because of the proximity, she probably rode back with you and then returned to the Abbey as you went to Stonehenge to investigate. Right?
Probably for the best. I'll keep looking. And I just won't tell her that I haven't found her this day.
Yeah. Next day, why don't you give me one more hunting roll?
May I impassion myself with honor, knowing, of course, that if I fail the roll afterwards, I go into shock.
Are you sure you want to?
Not really, but it's a kidnapped child. You gotta as a knight. And otherwise, it's a 10% chance of success.
All right. If you're willing to risk the shock, are you famous at this? Passion?
I have a 16 in honor.
So you're famous at it. Yeah. Yes. Yes, you may do so.
Okay, so I had a +5. That brings me from a 10% chance to a 35% chance of success.
And if not, shock.
God, I know I don't pray to you often, and perhaps that's the point. Perhaps that's why this happens to me. Hey, it would have been a critical otherwise. It would have been a critical hunting had I not impassioned myself.
Yeah. That's someone going, ironically, I'm going to give you a result, but it's not your critical result.
Yes, it's not the preferred
I'm going to make
one.
you hate it anyway.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Okay.
I think that's very Edrich.
You pick up on tracks. Definitely mounted. Definitely some sort of like pod mount, perhaps.
Support mount. Okay. She's either riding a giant mountain lion or a wolf. Neither possibility is good. Edrich will continue picking up on the tracks. It's the individuality of the specific mount tracks, I think, that he picks up on, because his weirdness radar is now keyed into the right frequency. He will follow it as best he can, picking back up on the trail and continuing along it. She has a day or so of a lead, but Edrich is a good rider, and a horse can generally go for longer durations.
Indeed. You follow it down the road. It leaves the main road, which is a bit overgrown. You notice even here in Salisbury. It starts to head on a westward path. You see the tree line of the forest glamour, or gloom, as you guys call it over here. You don't remember the forest being as thick as it is now.
No, but Edrich does remember the multiple tales of the forests growing, of roads becoming mere forest trails after being swallowed by nature. Edrich isn't a fan. He has suspicious fey for, but nonetheless, if it is an obstacle, it is to be evaded entirely or pushed through to achieve a goal. Edrich will go into the gloom and the gloaming. You have muted yourself, I think.
Awareness roll.
I'm in fact good at this. Success.
Might have broke the cameras for a short bit there. See, does it?
Oh no.
1 sec. Let me consult a map. Okay. Where's Big? You see a rider kind of riding slowly towards you. A bit eerie, actually, as it does so.
Oh, there, says Edrich, hand within reach of his blade.
There's no reply. Horse just continues to ride slowly towards you.
Be you friend or be you foe, either answer will give me pleasure.
Again, no reply.
Edrich will wait for the rider to approach a little bit further.
Give me a recognize roll. Give me +5.
Absolutely. Success.
You see a familiar face. He rides closer.
Man.
His eyes are half closed. His head's lower and kind of bobbing as he moves. As he comes into the light, you see blood-stained chainmail.
Who do I spy with my little eye?
He begins to pitch to the side off his horse.
Cadfile.
Uh-oh.
Edrich is going to dismount and move over to him, keeping a wary eye open on the forest beyond.
He lands with a thud.
Eyes half open. Is he conscious? Is he alive?
First aid.
Absolutely. Oh, I should ask, would my earlier impassion still apply to this, or is it a separate one?
When was that? Was for the hunting? No, probably not at this point.
No, failure on the first aid.
Okay. He looks in bad shape. If he doesn't get some serious help, he will likely fall soon. I imagine you're not here by yourself, though. I imagine you have your squire.
He does have a squire. Could the squire do a squire roll and hopefully do better than his fumble on first aid than he did last time?
Yeah, you may try. Absolutely.
Grown. Boy? Perhaps your hands are not the hands of a healer. We have to get him out of here.
It's like no matter how many times I punch him, he doesn't get any healthier. Yeah. But
no, don't shove it in.
He's in need of medical attention. He's gonna be in bad shape.
Yes. Edrich is going to put him on his own horse and have his squire lead Cadfile's horse, and he is going to ride to the nearest either abbey or holding, where someone can see to him and he can get chirurgical attention.
Give me 1 sec. I just want to make sure I got this place, his name right.
If Sir Cadfile dies to my squire's bad first aid roll,
I'll never forget.
I'm coming for you, man. I'm coming for you. That's...
No, you won't need to come for me. He's gonna die.
It's so weird. Your previous squire just vanished one day, disappeared. Totally wild.
Yeah, right?
I'm sure his family won't come looking for him or anything. Don't you have a relative of somebody we know?
No, I think you do.
I do. That's right.
Yeah, you have Edric's half cousin.
Yes, the son of the
Onion.
of my mother and Onion,
Onion,
the king in yellow cultist.
Oh, so he's your half brother. Yeah.
That's weird.
Hey, Alex. Oh yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you.
Hello.
Hey.
Okay, so as you go to help Cadfile up onto the horse, he looks at you for a minute, and it's like you can tell this is like everything he has in the moment to get these words out. They're in a bit of a whisper. You hear the following words, and this first word, you're gonna have no idea what it means. You hear Jedge. Sounds like a bad Boston accent trying to say George. You hear Woodhouse. Overrun. And after Judge, you heard a word that might mean something to you because you're overly suspicious and have had some bad luck on your lands. You hear a word, test fairy lore before I say it. We'll see if there's any relevance to this.
It's your favorite, Thomas. It's your favorite.
It's my absolute favorite.
Do you have
I did
suspicious?
increase this. I do have suspicious Fey. It is at 4.
Okay, make a suspicious roll with Faye, first off. So you make your
Absolutely.
suspicious roll, you add a modifier of 4.
I succeed.
Okay, so you get +5 to this fairy lore roll.
Beautiful. And I, in fact, increased my fairy lore from the basic 2 to 3. So,
It's a 3. Yeah, okay.
+5.
Hard enough.
Oh, failure. Hard
But you're
failure.
still suspicious. You just don't know what the word means. But he says something after Jedge. He says, the Spriggan.
Jedge Woodhouse overrun
No.
by the Spriggan?
Now give me a. I'll say either a battle or a folklore roll for Woodhouse.
Spriggan.
You know
Spriggan
what
what?
you know what I like.
Spriggan what?
Critical
Spriggan the Deutsch?
battle.
Okay. Woodhouse.
You better not be Spriggan Sie Deutschen, because at this point it's Saxony.
Woodhouse is a stronghold that sits within Salisbury lands that most people don't know about because it's deep in the forest of the Forest Gloom. It was actually a stronghold that Maddox was. Remember how Maddox used to show up all the time to Salisbury for some reason? For like Easter and stuff like that, even when Uther wasn't here?
That's because we were his
Right.
boys.
No, it's because he actually had a
We were
castle out here.
We were also his boys, but that's all.
Yes.
That's also why.
We were his boys, but that was something that never came up in the game. The reason why he was out here so much is because his castle was in Forest Gloom.
Got you. Would I know where the Woodhouse is?
No.
From where we are.
With a crit, yes. So it's further
Sorry.
southwest, but it is further west in the forest.
Sorry, Uther. Saturday is for the boys.
Saturday is for the boys. I think so further southwest.
Yeah.
How far, like on average, like a day's ride less?
A couple days ride in the forest, anyways, right? Because it's not straightforward.
In the
right?
forest, yeah. Too far away to do anything about it now. Come, Ground. Wait, hold on. Is that his name? Come, Ground. Stop! Put the vinegar down. Put the vinegar down.
But it will help him to look.
No, it won't. I think Edrich will.
I have to put it in his eyes.
No. Edrich will do as I said before. He is going to nod to Cadfile, say everything will be well. Just hang on. Put him on his horse. Get Ground to take Cadfile's horse, and he's going to ride to a place where he can get medical attention. And then after that, he's going to go to the Woodhouse because it's one thing after the other with these people.
So Cadfile is into unconscious, and transporting him unsuccessfully with a first aid will cost him some health here. I'll warn you, he has 5 health left. I need you to roll me a d6.
Okay, there's a 1 in 3 chance of him fucking dying.
Come on, Cadfile. Come on.
3.
So he will have one more shot at a proper first aid. Where are you taking him?
Where is the closest lands? Where is the Forest Gloom on this map?
Yeah, one sec. Apparently it was on the wrong map for a while. So the Forest Gloom, my computer would respond. This map is so big it always messes with my computer. My computer's crawling here. Give me a sec. I want it to like.
No worries.
Okay. Wow. This normally doesn't happen. It's normally not this bad. See if I can shut a couple of things down.
I guess you could say your computer's having performance issues. I'm wasted on these people.
Just trying to deal with how this is not working. Okay, there we go. I just got to move it really slowly. You're up on this trap.
Got you.
Wow, that was even really slow. I'm actually legitimately worried about my computer locking out at this point, but we'll see.
So that near the Wearside 100, I think traveling south would get me to cross a river, right?
Yeah. So either your best bet, I mean, as far as people you trust, there's Steeple Langford, There's Perin's wife in Berwick St. James.
The traitor.
She seems fine.
There's Winterbourne Stoke, which is a little further away, and then there's Castle Vagon, which is lacking one particular castellan.
Indeed. I think who owns Steeple Langford?
Your
The
mother.
tooltip isn't popping up. Oh, my mother. I like my mother. Wait,
Did you
didn't
just
she
your
die?
mom him?
No, your mother hasn't died.
Your sister died.
Right. Yeah, my sister died. Every other family member except for me, Kinstenian, and my mother. I think Edrich will head towards Steeple Langford.
And who has your brother as your squire? Your half brother?
It is Virgil.
Virgil, okay. Just noting that.
Yes, that's me. What?
Okay.
Why are you noting
Very
that?
aw-
Why are you noting that?
very-
Don't note that. Don't note things.
Very awkward for my mother and
God.
Perin's wife to have absconded and still have they shit talk Virgil. I'm sure they shit talk Virgil.
Oh, dude, there's no way they don't. I bet that woman lives in constant fear of her son being Virgil's squire and her other son being Virgil's friend. Like,
Your mother, who we haven't seen a ton of yet, does in fact, it might not. It's probably not her directly. It's probably like their clergyman. What do you call it? What's the minoral clergy figure?
Priest, parish.
The parrot.
there's a very specific word for it, but I do
Yeah.
not remember what the fuck it is.
Regardless, that guy is the one who treats. He'll treat Cadfile, and Cadfile does in fact stabilize, though he's in need of surgery.
Perfect. Indeed.
And she's willing to perform the surgery.
Thank you, Mother. This was unexpected, and I do hope to drop in on more pleasant occasions, but there is more work to be done.
Let's see how she does.
How's that love of family to impassion herself?
She's not super high, but she succeeds. So Cadfile is saved for the time being.
This man refuses to die. Thank God.
You know, all he'll be is
He's
like,
from Idmiston.
Yeah, he'll be like that knight in Monty Python without arms or legs by the end of it. Just
I'll bite your knees off.
All right, we're gonna cut to another scene here, but I think we're gonna take a quick break before we do. We got two more vignettes I want to get through, and then we're gonna move to Christmas feast. Alrighty.
Indeed. Edrich knocks down the doors. I've had a fucking week.
Be right back. We're gonna focus in now as we're back on another figure who we haven't seen in a couple of weeks. Tonight we go to see Sir Perin.
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Our
Oh god.
our friend who's looking so well.
Really is. He's living his best life right now. In fact,
I'm back.
we're just gonna call
We are
him
back.
Perin right now as we're live. Hey Mark, just letting you know we're live with we decided to go forward with this because it's a vignette for Perin anyways.
Good. I'm glad I didn't say what I was gonna say when I got here.
It was a slur for Saxons.
Fucking raiders.
You can't say that word. That's our word.
Yeah, but if you wanna rate us, though, we don't hate you. We love you. Just throwing that out there. All right. We're gonna go to Perin next. So Perin, things are a little bit out of sort of timeline with you because last we left off, well, you were elsewhere, weren't you?
Yarp.
And
north from St. Albans ish.
So you're heading north to St. Albans. But we're gonna speed forward a bit. You ride for what feels like months. In a bit of a trance as you do so. This is partly due to your condition and partly due to the fact that good gods, it's difficult to find your way anywhere in Logos right now. Nevertheless, you awake one day and your captor, who we didn't name before, you come to know him as Barnick.
Cool.
Get up, he calls.
Hi. Perin, kind of thumbs up. Has it actually been months, or has it just felt like months?
I don't think you know. Why don't we just give me an awareness roll?
All right.
This would be something that any
It's not Virgil.
Yeah. This would be something that any, like, I wouldn't even test awareness for anyone that wasn't in the shape and condition that Perin's in right now.
Yeah, he's fucked up. I get you. If it has been months, can he have a cool beard?
We can.
Hell yeah.
After my trip beyond the grave, I can no longer grow facial hair.
He kind of gets to his feet, and he goes, "How much longer do we have to go?"
There's someone coming. Off the road.
I think he takes a second, like the other guy, Barnick fully gets off the road before Perin starts to react, but then he kind of just drops and then rolls into the mud. It's weird how programmed that response is, despite his drowsiness, weariness. I'll say.
Give me a dex roll.
He ain't too good at that.
You go to move. I suppose normally you'd feel like you'd be well suited for this kind of thing, a potential ambush, an unwanted guest on the road. But your legs don't quite move as you want them to. And you find yourself tripping in the mud. You start to crawl to the side, but you're not able to break free of the roadside entirely. You're forced to lay in high grass and hope that these horsemen that are coming do not see you.
Perin's going to hold very, very still And I think there is some part of him that kind of hopes that they spot him and trample him.
They seem to be riding in a way that actually kind of crosses your path. And keep in mind, this is going back, so this is in like black and white flashback mode, because this isn't even 496. This is 495 after St. Albans.
Mm.
As you get into the grass, you realize just how cold the ground is. And you start to realize that it's probably late fall during the winter. You hear a couple of deep voices talking. Saxon, for sure. Give me another dex roll.
Oh, thank God. Tis a success, sire.
Indeed. You hear the two talking. The first speaks up and says, "What will you do with this information? The news of St. Albans. What do you suppose your father will do with it?" There's a thick Saxon accent to this. Something Perin would be at least a bit familiar with.
Oh, yeah.
The other voice says, "Well, I will ask Father to press his claim. They say that the lords of Logres all fell and the king is dead. What better time for East Saxon to rule these lands?" The other one nods. Seems to be a bit of companionship between the two as they walk, or as they ride, just slowly. He says, "Do you think your father has enough? Enough of an army? Enough of a battle mind?" The younger looking Saxon who's now come into view for you grunts. "No. Not yet. We will urge our surrounding areas to owe us tribute at first. It'll be my father's idea, but I wish to treat with them more directly. A sworn allegiance is much greater than tribute." And with that, we test awareness and we see where this goes. We will use your dexterity roll of 6 as the counter.
Ooh.
No, you're not testing. This is
Oh.
them. See if they see you.
I see.
Yeah.
I got so excited because I thought you won that roll.
I know.
Because awareness isn't necessarily everyone's skill set, I'm gonna start him at a 5 and give him a 1d2 exploding. We'll see what he wants.
Alright. Hell yeah, brother.
You got 2. I'm gonna check the other one too.
This boyo is blind as a bat. This one's even more blind as a bat.
Oh, my God.
That's
As-
incredible.
As they stop, or as they move past you, one of them stops just after passing you and starts to look out. Did you hear that? And they both look around. Come now, your suspicion's getting the best of you. And the two ride on. All right. With that, what does Perin do?
As soon as he can't hear them anymore, he's gonna like struggle to get up to his feet again. And I think he even like partly falls over, and he's just muttering something to himself. It's not quite audible to Barnick if he's not getting close, but he's just muttering to himself.
You hear a whisper from behind you. It's Barnick. All right. Let's be on our way.
Crash of a blade. Blood splatter in the dark. A duke fallen. His people angry. A king.
Perin, he says.
A killer.
Did you tell him your name? You did, didn't you? Or
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, yes, but I think it would be a false name.
Okay.
Let's go with Percy for now. It's the name of one of his sons, Percival.
Okay.
Barnick, what? The prince is the prince well?
Screws up his brow at you.
Maddock, is he well?
He shrugs. He rode off with some knights.
Spear points in the dark, blades crashing into flesh. Yes. Yes, I imagine so, yes. Then we are without lineage. It all relies on the boy now. On the child, yes. We should get moving. Stop waiting around here in the cold.
He looks at you like you're crazy. And then he gets on his horse.
Where are we going? North, right? Malahut. Who are we seeing?
I return you to the king.
Aye, which king?
The centurion king.
Good. I must speak to his wife. Yes. Good.
I just want to check because Leo might be mixing up two things.
This is entirely.
Okay.
This is. I
think Perin mixing it up, or is Liam?
I think this is Perin getting like. He said the Centurion King, and yet, like, right now, I think Perin's mind is just everything.
Scrambled.
Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, exactly. So he is blending faces of the Northern Kings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Malahut is obviously not as far north as he's thinking, but like that's just where he's at, and he thinks that's where he's going. You know.
I just wanted to make sure. So
yeah.
You think being incredibly injured and crazy after a brush with death is an excuse for poor geography and bad recognized? Come on.
It's a good point. He makes good points.
Okay. All right. We're going to cut over now real quick to Florence. Florence, as you arrive home, again, this one's not in black and white. This is back in 496. We're basically doing Perin flashbacks like we were doing with Edrich when he was captive previously. Florence, as you arrive back to your lands, you see a single figure on a horse riding off. Give me a heraldry and a recognize roll. The recognize roll you can add a +5 to.
Oh, you're muted.
Heraldry success, recognize fail.
Maybe you don't recognize him much from the bushy brow that he has now. I don't have a good picture to denote for him. The one I have is from when he was still younger and clean cut, but he's a bit more shaggy than what I have here. But you recognize the easiest heraldry in the world, which is just a plain green shield.
Alright.
You recognize a knight who's been a guest when you've been in Cornwall before, the Duchy. They say he was a war hero from Cornwall. You're not entirely sure whether that is... Well, actually, yeah, you passed the heraldry. Somewhere called Lioness, so you're not sure what county that's in, or maybe it's even in the kingdom of Cornwall. It's uncertain. But he seems to be riding off like as in he was just visiting the Axe. And he's heading northward, so kind of not directly crossing your path. Riding real slow.
I think Florence then would ride to catch up to him, or try and cut him off. Curious as to why he'd be so nearby. He'd probably call out. Do I know his name, or do I just know?
Yeah, you know, if you get his heraldry, you know his name.
So Meliodas! I didn't expect to see you in these parts.
He slows and turns. Sir Knight? You look familiar.
Oh, of course. It has been quite a while. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sir Florence of Idmiston and the Baron of Axe.
I see.
So what brings you all this way? Not often we get visitors here in Axe.
Indeed, it's been a few years since I've ridden through Logres. I ride here on behalf of my king, Edrich.
Idris, you say?
Indeed.
Well, do you come with message or word? Or perhaps your own business? If you would like, you may stay in the Axe for a while. We have good food and good times.
I thank you for that. Any other day I would treat with you. I believe the last time we met, you were in the halls of Tintagel.
Indeed.
Or perhaps Terraville. But I must be traveling north.
Is that so? Well then, I wish you luck on your journey. Should you ever find yourself in the neighborhood, feel free to stop by.
I appreciate that, friend.
Of course.
Give me an intrigue roll real quick.
I know he's up to some shit. Intrigue. 14.
You go, Florence. I believe you. Oh,
And then give me suspicious tests.
Sass.
Give me a tick on that. You're not sure what he did exactly, but it certainly seems like he, you didn't see him and then he came out on the horse. He wasn't riding by. He clearly was visiting. And you know that you have knights. You have 5 knights at this place, right? You also have your stewardess, Lady Obi. Your, if you recall, she was one of the survivors from South Seax from the massacre. She came through with her own knight and then married your uncle, and then your uncle passed not too long after stewarding the axe. And then we tested her to see how her stewardship was, and she ended up proving to be rather high in it as well, like above normal. I want to say 17 or something like that. I can't remember.
I believe so. Yeah.
So, Lady Obi be present, and then all 5 of your knights here are Cornishmen, who were chosen by Uther to be household knights for you.
Mhm.
Like the oldest and most senior is Sir Sinak, who is apparently
Currently has no face.
Yeah, he has no face. You don't know who this man is. He's an enigma.
I've never met this man in my life.
Never met him. I'll fix that in a second.
You know,
But
yeah.
in the
You know that
meantime-
he's got a son, and you're not sure how that happened. Because you've met his wife, but you haven't met him.
Oh, he looks lovely.
So, let's fix that. There we go. Got it. So you ride in, you find that Lady Obi and Sinak are talking at a low volume. Do you want to kind of eavesdrop?
Oh, yes. I'd love to.
Give me a dex roll and an awareness roll.
Dex is success. Awareness is also success.
Okay. So you come in and the two are talking in a whispered breath. You recognize both voices long before you see them, so you kind of hide out in the hallway. One of the servants walks by and you do this. And the servant is just about to say, "Oh, Sir Florence," and is like, and then just wanders off. You hear the man's voice. He says, "Well, what will you do with this then? It is an opportunity." And you hear her say in turn, she says, "Well, I mean, Florence is here. It's his decision in the end. And since he is bound to Salisbury, I think we know the answer." And Sinak grunts to that and says, "But he's not Cornish. I have never met a ruler greater than Gorlo. But he had his faults. I would rather be ruled by Idris than some Logrisman from Salisbury, Silchester. Sir Florence is a good lord, but he will not be king. Meliodas offers us his king's word. Perhaps it's time for I almost said Cornland. That's awesome.
Cornland.
Cornland. Perhaps it's time for Cornwall to become one. And perhaps his son, Mark, will be a better ruler than Idris.
Upon which there is a response. There will be some years to wait until then. Trust me, I know the difficulties when it comes to waiting for a ruler to grow into their power.
Lady Obi says, Sir Florence, welcome back.
Mary walks into the room. Sir Sinnock, I do not blame you for your hesitancy. And I understand if the words Sir Meliodas has offered you are tempting. But there is more to Cornwall than seeking a king that wishes to take that's not his. This land belonged to Gorlo, and it rightfully belongs to his blood, to his children. I do not want to see it ruled over by a man who is not truly of this land. No, who is not truly a worthy ruler.
He says in turn, he says, his children? You would give it to Northmen? To Urians?
Absolutely
or
not.
Ventress or Lot?
Absolutely not. None to those kings who would wish to claim what is not theirs. No, to the true children of Gorlo.
Raises a brow in confusion.
His people. He cared for all this land, all of its people, enough that he was willing to go to war with King Uther. Something that in the end signed his end. No, he stood nobly for his people, and will continue to do so, as will those who stood up to his beliefs and ideals. Perhaps I am a man of Logres, perhaps I am a man of Salisbury, but this is just as much my home, just as much my people, enough that I will lay down my life if I need to protect them, as is my honor and my duty. Can you not say the same?
Give me a orate roll. I'll give you a +5 for the role playing.
Good, because my orate's not that high. What can I do?
And raise your orate. The winter phase.
That's...
Yeah.
Yeah! Thanks for that, Bob.
Yeah.
Give me
Let's
6 months
see.
and I'll get back to you.
Or you can
Keep
take
my
the
words
Edrich
in
mode
mind.
and just duel
Out
everyone.
of curiosity, could I add my trusting Gorlo to this?
No. I don't.
I didn't think so.
If you want, I'll give you an alternate means. What is your
Okay.
trust in Gorlo? What level is it?
It's at 5.
Okay.
So
I'll
in
let
total
you-
of 15 for trusting.
I'll let you test trust in Gorlo, and if you pass that, I'll give you a +5 to your orate on top of.
Alright. So it'd be trusting plus 5. I'm guessing.
Yep.
Correct. Yep. Nope.
It's
All
not a
right.
passion. It's just a matter of it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to ring out in the.
Alright. Let's see. Hopefully that gets my bad roll out of the way.
You haven't.
Nope,
prayed
it
to
definitely
God
didn't.
You haven't prayed to God for a while. Maybe that's that.
That's true, yeah.
I think. He says, Sir Florence, if you stay in Ascalon, if you defy Idris, The axe will fall. Its knights and people will die.
I will make sure that will never happen. The barony of Axe and of Ascalon will be safe. I will ensure it. It is my duty as Baron of these lands.
You can tell that doesn't reassure him one bit.
Nah.
What do you want to do with him? You get a sense you've got far from a traitor, but he doesn't buy in that this is going to be he essentially believes this is going to be futile, and nothing has been presented to change his mind of that. What you know about him is he's rather pragmatic, and you can also literally just dismiss him. You can do a whole bunch of things you want to do. But what does Florence do with this?
Ask yourself what Virgil would do.
Takes a moment. Yeah, what would Virgil do?
What would Virgil do?
I'm gonna make a forgiveness versus vengeful roll.
I think if it were Virgil, he'd release him, but he'd tell him he'd look forward to killing him on the battlefield.
Success on forgiving,
interesting perspective,
and a fail on vengeful.
Hell yes.
With that, Florence just goes, I know you are only looking out for your knights and for your people. I may not be Cornish, but it does not mean I do not care about these people. I'll overlook this discussion as if I was not here. And if you decide to make your choice, follow Cornwall, the kingdom of Cornwall, I only ask that you let me know, and you will be allowed to leave. I choose not the path of vengeance. I'll let my faith guide me.
He bows his head to you and says, Sir Florence.
Sisinok, as you were.
And he'll exit.
That Florence takes a heavy sigh as he sits upon a chair. What am I to do, Obi? What am I to do?
I don't have an answer for you. I know these lands are important. There's a but that never comes.
Yeah. No matter what, they will see me as an outsider. I must make a choice. Salisbury or Cornwall.
Good point to fade.
Yeah.
All right. What was I doing? Virgil. I had something for Virgil, and I forget. Oh no. We're gonna continue with some Perin.
Oh.
Yeah. You arrive in the lands of Melahut. You pass Mount Damon and a number of other familiar sites. It's early winter. It's cold. But your hands kind of feel numb anyways. Numb with the feeling. You cross into the city of Abericum. You see the land around it ravaged.
What happened here?
The Saxons happened here. Octa and Eosa.
So much death. Sorry, what was his name again? It was Barnacle? Barnock?
Bert. I don't know.
Barnick.
Barnick. Barnick, where are you from? I mean, where did you grow up?
Rosa. Not far from here. And the
I
fourth
see.
son.
I see. What would you do if your home was threatened? Really threatened?
Anything.
And what would you do if... Aye. And what would you do if it was already destroyed?
Move on.
I pray you never have to find out if that's true.
Cut forward just briefly. You find yourself walking into a familiar hall. You've only been here, I think, once as Perin. You stand
That's
before
correct.
a man I don't think you've ever treated directly with. And
I don't think so as well.
it's announced that you stand before King Herod, Centurion King of Malahut.
Last time we were here, we were running from Saxon assassins.
Florence got in a hallway fight with Octa.
Perin will kneel and he'll go, King Herod, you grace me with your presence.
You are
Percival, sire. My name is Percival.
from where, Percival?
Salisbury, sir. At one time.
And he's your captive, he says, looking over to Barnick. Barnick nods. Aye. I found him at Albans and returned with him.
I'm afraid you will find no family to ransom me, sire. All who remained were gone.
Yes. This is likely true. Well, you've heard it from his words himself. Do you believe it, Barnick? Does he believe it? Let's find out.
If I remember right, I don't think he believed it when I rolled last time, but we've had potentially
A long
months
time. Yeah.
to gather that.
Oh my god,
is-
apparently he
Good
is
lord.
super suspicious. 19, apparently.
I mean, that's fair. I'm insane, man.
Yeah.
He should not be trusting me.
He just rolled, I did an 8 plus 1d2 exploding.
I've been
I got a
giggling.
19.
have been giggling
My
maniacally on the
God.
back of his horse for 4 months. He's like, no, do not believe anything this guy says.
We'll say he's famously suspicious, and he has a Perin suspicion of 4, or a Percy.
Yeah, I like that.
But or 3, I guess. But he laughs. No, I don't think so. I think anyone would say that. Herat shrugs. Might be so. And this is where we almost get into like the pawn shop negotiation here, where Herat says,
I got an expert on Salisbury Knights I could call in.
Yeah, he says, best I can do is 5, Libram. I'll give it to you now, regardless. If he's a mercenary knight, then you've made away with a small fortune on my behalf. And if he speaks the truth, or he says, and if you're wrong, then, well.
May I offer an alternative, sire?
I'm all ears, Herat says.
I have no home to return to, no duty to rely on. I remember very little of my home and the people that once knew me, if any still remain. But I have a great deal of skills, some that I think my intimate knowledge of might serve your court for the time being. This knight, though he may not have intended to, saved my life and brought me here by his good grace and your good fortune.
He snorts, Barnick does, at the good grace part.
Perhaps a more favorable reward may be due to him, and I may earn it for him.
Give me a courtesy roll with Perin here. I think otherwise Herat's going to be annoyed that he now has to pay more for you.
Can I argue for an intrigue only by virtue of I am attempting to trick these guys into letting me have some measure of power instead of being a prisoner, essentially?
Yes, but I will give you an auto tick on deceitful.
Yeah, hell yeah, you should do that. That's deserved, even.
And it will lower your honor.
That's fine.
Who needs it?
I abandoned that a long time.
Alright, -1 to 14. I am now at 14 honor.
Okay.
Alright, cool. Intrigue, here we go. Could be better. Could be better for a loss in honor.
I'm gonna test Harut here. Who? He's a little bit better than that because he's a bit of a schemer. We'll give him a 10. 10 plus 1d2. But he fumbles.
He fumbles.
This person seems trustworthy.
He seems more amused by it than anything else, and I think he says, "Very well. I suppose Barnick here, Sir Barnick, you've made the trip back home, something that many of our knights have not done. You survived St. Albans, fighting alongside us.
Was he speaking to Barnick or me?
To Barnick, and he's contemplating, and he says, Percy, you may serve as one of my attendees.
Your generosity is no doubt renowned, my lord.
Excellent. For now, you will look after the stables.
Aye, my lord. And whenever he's dismissed, I think he's going to try to grab Barnick before he leaves.
He looks to Barnick and he says, "How would you like to join me as a Centurion Knight?" Ooh, Barnick looks a little torn. It's freedom versus loyalty, but wealth and other things that come with it. There's almost a look of, or like a comment Herat says, "Well?" And he says, "Of course. It'd be my honor. I'm just speechless by the offer." I think for Perin, it's very clear that Barnick didn't feel like he had a good choice to say no there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only reason he accepted. And then we'll cut to the dismissal and the two of you heading out. The word dismiss is heard as the two of you are exiting.
Percival finds Barnick and goes, "Sorry, my friend. It would seem our journeys are not yet meant to split. Not entirely."
Meh. Well, seems I am a Centurion Knight now.
Aye, it seems. Further away from home, and still no right to inherit. That will be a hard life. I hope a better one for you. You seemed displeased. Why?
All that seems to come from these kings is certainty of death. I'm a knight, so that will come anyways. But I'd rather lead it my own way. An
Aye.
open road. And whatever, what's the word? I'm trying to think. It's something all along the lines of, he says, by Al, with warm company beside me. You know, it's one of those kind of like, I want to be surrounded by worldly pleasures kind of thing.
How many feasts have you attended, Sir Beric? No, Sir Barnick.
A couple.
Well, if that is your primary concern, they can be found in excess in the right places. I don't mean to discount what you've lost, for you have lost something. But when one door closes, there are many more that are opened instead. If you'd like, I can show you how to open those doors, or how to walk through them.
I don't know who you are, Percy, but we'll talk.
Remember very well your home, and what you may do if it's ever destroyed. It'll guide you far more than any other spite or hate or fear. Let it fuel you, and you'll never be without decision.
starting to regret finding you, he said, like in a very resistant, avoidant kind of way that is probably more of a half-truth than a reality.
I think Percival smiles and he goes, perhaps. I hope that feeling does not linger, but I imagine it is one that many have felt before. I must see to learning my duties. Farewell.
All right. We're going to, I think, kind of resolve a couple things above table and then move into. I want to do a feast. I'm missing one. It's been
Hell yeah!
Um, so we're gonna do the Christmas feast. Partly because next episode we plan to do the Marshall tournament, and that will
Indeed.
include Colin. Hopefully, sounds like really good chance that Colin Vulcanaris will be joining us from to reprise his role as Gareth the Winterborn Gunnet. So
The Winterborn Gunnet.
um.
Long have our families been confused for the others, which makes us both mad.
Indeed. All right. So, the best they can figure, or Lady Igraine still doesn't want knowledge that that this whole thing has taken place. So she will swear Edrich not to rally the troops of Salisbury, right? Because that will just put her daughter at more risk, she figures.
Yes. I will not rally the troops of Salisbury. I've got to deal with the whole Spriggan thing so I can get your daughter back. Presumably they're related. It will be done. It will happen.
Cadfael in his return will tell Edrich that a monstrous army from the woods came upon Woodhouse quite surprisingly, and they killed him and what little garrison was left. Old knights of Maddock who had been gathering there, just kind of all going there because they were now without purpose. So they were all decided to start, including him. You find out that he didn't feel very sort of like he had a purpose in Idmiston either. So he had moved there after his last talk with Sir Florence. And they were surprised, overrun, and last he left before he fled, they had actually held the stronghold. And it is a full Mott and Bailey.
Did you see any small, evil-looking children? This is vitally important, Cadfael.
Small and evil things, many. No people.
No people. Well, thank you. We will see to matters. I'm not certain of the battle tactics of these woodland creatures, but we shall explore them in detail. In the meantime, do stay with your family. Purpose will be found.
Now, I have a question for Mark. Is Florence going to be at Christmas feast, or are you playing Rodri for this?
I think Florence will be at Christmas feast. I think that'll make sense.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna cut over back to Virgil here. Give me a second. All right, there we go. Did it. All right, we shall move to the feast.
Hell yes. Let's get some cockatrice in us. There are better ways I could have said that.
Just remember
Put
who our
that
audience
cockatrice
is.
right in our mouths.
Oh man, that person is not here. Okay. Everything else looks good. I have added icons for a couple of faces that we haven't seen yet. The Lady Jenna is a tween, daughter of Roderick. And
Hey.
Robert now has his face here. There is other news that all of you are aware of. There's been a little bit of worrying news about Lady Ellen being a bit sickly and frail right now. They think it's something minor, and she seems to be about her duties as normal. But there is obviously concern about it.
I hope it's not the palsy. My sister died of palsy this year.
All right, your Edrich's sister did die.
Yeah.
All right. Why don't we start with some feast rolls, folks? Start with some app rolls.
Let's get the appetizers going.
Oh my god.
Speaking of which, I'm going to use my valet once again to attempt to increase my appearance with fashion. He succeeds!
Oh
Is
yes.
it the first time we've seen it?
First time he succeeded,
Success?
yeah.
Oh
So,
my
how much
god.
does it add out of curiosity?
I don't think it's massive. That was for fashion.
Yeah, fashion.
It's not massive, but it does help. Let me just check.
What is Florence wearing? Oh my god, who is Florence wearing?
I think no, it's not the skull of his enemies. It's an ivory inlaid version of a wolf skull.
That would seem to make sense, wouldn't it?
That is his enemies. That's what killed his uncle.
Those bloody
think
wolves.
Wolves have killed so many of the House of Hitmiston.
Oh yeah.
The score is modified by jewelry, +1 for every 1 librum you have, which we're not paying librum for, and the fashion skill. It's page 102 of King Arthur's Pendragon rulebook. But I don't think that talks about Book of Feasts, so...
I think the valet is a specific thing. But I'm not sure where that could be found. Bear with me.
Book of Manners, I think. Oh, there we go. It's right in the book. Success is +1 app.
Okay.
Similarly, though, it's per 1 librum spent. I think by default it will be a +1, and you won't have to spend the librum, but you can spend additional.
Yeah. Well, I'm spending 1 librum on him per year.
Okay, so we'll assume then that's a +1 automatically, is what that will work out to be.
Oh, is it? So then a +2?
Yeah.
With the success?
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know.
I think that's the gamble. It's like you pay 1 and you might get 0 or you might get 2. Does that make sense?
That fits.
And then if he crits, you get a...
Yeah.
God damn, Florence is looking sharp.
So, okay, sorry, just to make sense of this in the future, you're paying 1 librum, which gives you a fashion skill that you do not have, just like a steward or anything else. You then determine how much librum you want to spend on it. You roll that dice. If you succeed, you get +1 app per librum spent. If you crit, you get +2 app per librum spent.
Okay. So then it'd just be 1. So actually it's a 12 on 19.
12 on 19. 12 appearance.
You know, I think...
Oh, yeah, 19. Okay, never mind. I'm tired.
Fair.
You know, I think the shine in Florence's hair is coming back. It's the first I've seen it since Well, a good long while.
All three of you are near the soul.
Indeed so.
Yeah.
All right. Let me just see if there's anyone sort of surprising or anything here.
Go low.
Okay.
Oh my.
So the Count, Robert, is 4 years old. And that means that the Countess is likely to rule at least for another 12 years, if not another 14. Should he pass, the rightful heir would be his sister Jenna, who is in her tweens.
I just realized Robert and Edric's son, Alaric, are the same age.
Correction, Jenna is 13, so she is a teen.
Right.
She was conceived in 483. The year you guys finished the feast stuff, and you got Roderick and Ellen married. All right, so as far as specific people, let's see here. In general, seems to be lots of talk over the winter, lots of anxiety about Salisbury and Sarum in general. People are talking about needing a king. They mention Ulfius. They mention Lot. They also mention Intelliad. And they mention Idris of Cornwall. These are just general bustlings about. No one's locking into any sort of true oath or strong stance, because they don't want to be pinned and pin-cushioned as a result of it. But there's lots of people speculating about this, and I think what it generally gives Salisbury is a sense that they aren't strong enough to do anything without a king, which is probably not the three of your knights' favorite thing to hear from. Now, this isn't all coming from knights. This might be coming from servants, priests, sergeants.
If the jester says word one about Idris, I'm gonna flip out.
All right, and we'll begin there. We're gonna start. We got Edrich, Florence, Virgil as our setup here. All three of you seated approximately in the same general location. Brastius will take here for the winter, actually. So Brastius is a guest. We're gonna drop Satirius though off the list.
I still have his wife.
Yeah, so maybe it's more of him visiting than anything else. So Edrich, your go.
Absolutely. I think first things first, I would like to draw some feast cards to garner some geniality and attempt to enjoy himself before he gets down to business.
Give her.
So it vanished. There we go. Old friends. Something shiny. Mistaken identity. Mistaken identity, a knight mistakes you for another. He praises you for deeds you did not perform. Modest versus deceitful. Oh, that's always a fun one. Something shiny. I find an expensive piece of jewelry. Honest versus deceitful. If honest wins, I announce my find and see that the proper owner is found. And if deceitful wins, I may keep the trinket worth 1 librum. If I return it anyway, I can tick honest. And old friends. An older knight who was a friend of your father tells you some good stories. Love of family. On a success, the knight asks to stay at my estate a while and reminisce. If I accept his offer, tick love family and hospitality, +2 geniality. Must play 3 Libram a year for 1d6 years to support the knight while he stays with me. Oh.
Just reloads on you. He's like, hey.
Freeloads on me.
Yeah.
An extra knight, particularly in times of anarchy, is not a bad thing. Thinking strategically, it would be okay to have a middle-aged or older knight there. Assuming, of course, they don't die of the bloody flux. Which they will do next year. I think I'm going to go for old friends.
Okay.
So I will test my love of family, which is exalted. I succeed on love family. I gain 4 geniality total for this round. Take hospitality and love of family, and get a expensive knight.
Indeed. And not one that swears any oath to you other than being a friend of the family. Just to note.
A friend of the family. He's not my my peon. He's not my minion, but he is a knight and has sworn knightly oaths. And if I get raided by God knows who,
Yes,
he'll probably defend it. Yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
So yeah, I'll absolutely take that.
It's certainly not a bad gig. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That's 4, and let's give him a name and some stuff. Let's see.
Absolutely.
Random person.
God, I hope he's good.
He is fully random, so he can be from anywhere. Let's see.
Hell yes. Very valorous, pretty arbitrary. That's okay. Fear creatures.
That makes sense. Let's see then.
This guy's storytelling is wonderful.
He's from the South Counties. He is from Dorset, which we don't really have a lot of, like, almost nothing really has been done down there yet. Just south of you.
Indeed.
Basically.
Yeah, Dorset, Somerset. Dorset's vaguely Cornish, right?
Right now, no.
Got you. But yes, I'll absolutely take aid.
On the map, just to show you. Oh, that's an old one. Pulling over here real quick. Show you where Dorset is. Dorset is just underneath you.
There we go.
Really.
Yes.
And then, so like Wessex is right here.
Understood.
And it's just on the border of Cornwall.
Getting out of the house for a couple years might be a good idea.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yes, absolutely.
Someone that probably fought. Did your father fight in Aurelius's March? I can't remember.
He would have, yes, before the Night of the Long Knives.
All right. So, perfect. That brings us to an end of Edrich's first round, so make sure you make a note of Sir 8.
Will do.
Okay.
I will give you a view of my chest for a little bit while I type in my notes.
We're going to go to Mark yet next. Sir Florence. I think a lot of people are surprised to see Florence here for the winter.
Mm-hmm.
Virgil included.
Florence is going to take his time to enjoy this feast. And he's going to draw some cards.
Sounds good. Gossip? Passing praise? Ooh, what are we going to choose?
Ooh. I like passing praise. That one fits for Florence.
The hostess, no less.
Yeah. Let me see. Not really indulgent. Yeah, gossip isn't really what he's interested in. So we're using passing praise for this one.
Didn't this happen in Florence's early years with her as well?
I think so.
I think
All
Florence
right, let's
was
go.
getting a little bit of that from Ellen and Perin's wife, I think, at one point.
Oh,
I can't remember
All
why. It
right.
was like some kind of card.
I think
thing.
so. There was a thing.
I think it was the same one.
It might have been.
For her, yeah, for Ellen, but I can't remember the Perin's wife one. Why that happened?
I don't remember. Perin was still around at that time,
Yeah.
so it wasn't.
It wasn't
Anything
super. It wasn't
bad.
like anything like flirting. It was just like a comment
No.
about that for some reason.
Do I have any bonuses thanks to my my dude, my valet, or is this just straight appearance?
I think it just offers you. Yeah. Your fashion impacts your
Alright.
period, so it's not just for feasts. Like that's the other thing to think about, Mark. So in the future,
okay.
it's for your year as like you're outfitted with a plus.
Right. Okay.
Not that we
That's
roll
good
it all
to
the
know.
time, but you know when it does come up.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a success. To comment on how you resemble a noted knight.
Resemble a noted knight. You are a noted knight, though.
I do indeed resemble myself.
Yeah.
Honestly, it would have been fabulous if it were a critical, and it would make more sense. Maybe it's a knight of history or mythic history or something.
Yeah.
Like St. George when he killed the dragon.
You know, it'll be that the guy that died recently. I forget his. Let me see if I have him. I know that doesn't specify anything in this era.
You put me
Gotta be
in
a bit
mind
more
of a
specific.
dead guy. Someone who died recently. Let me narrow
Right.
it down. They were a
It might
knight.
be me. Yeah. I think I have a bunch of the dead tokens over here. I do, but do I have the right one? I don't. Dang it. I'm gonna check something real quick. Famous. We're gonna make him a famous knight. Because you aren't famous, but you are already noted. So.
Not
That
famous
would
yet.
just sting. I won't do that to you. It,
Yeah.
it could be Meliodas.
That would be funny.
That'd be like the critical fail condition, I think, more so.
Something about your manner reminds me of someone who, before the body of his king was cooled, swore fealty to another.
It's one of the Browns. I just forget which Brown it was. That was like the super famous one. It's
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It was the one we met in the forest.
Arnold.
I think
Yeah, App 18. That guy. I can just pull him up real quick so you can see him because like I still have the token, but it's not plugged in. So let's pull up his token here. I forgot his name because he died.
he did.
He did.
This guy. And keep in mind he's old in this picture, right? So she says, like, you remind me of a young Sir Arnold. I had the opportunity to meet him when he was but a young and, you know, a young knight in his prime. She says.
Oh, thank you, my lady. I do appreciate the compliment.
It is good seeing you here, Sir Florence. I know your loyalties are strange between here and Cornwall, but though it is always a welcome sight for my family and myself.
I do appreciate that quite a bit. I will do my best to make sure I am still connected to my homeland as best I can in these coming years.
All right. And on to Virgil.
Oh, he would have 3 geniality.
Would he?
Yep.
One from picking the card, one from the success, and one from
above the
being
salt.
near the salt.
For this lovely first round, I would like to draw some cards. And I'm
Hell
at 3
yeah.
or 2 now. I'm at 3, right?
What's your glory?
4,000 exactly.
Yeah, 2. 6,000 is 3.
No. I don't
No.
think so.
I think
No,
it's 3.
sorry. 4,000 is 3.
Yeah, 4,000.
Yeah, so I'm right on.
That's right. Correct.
It's 1,
Sorry, my
2,
mistake.
4, and then E, and then it doubles every time. No.
In
Yeah.
emergency, a guest sitting next to you begins choking on a piece of food.
We've
Roll
had that
first
one before.
aid. Could be very good for me. I don't think Virgil cares though because he's a sociopath. Generous Knight. A rich and generous knight asks you about your circumstances at home. If your grade maintenance is poor or ordinary, the knight offers to provide goods and services for you. If you accept, you may live as a rich knight for the next year. If you decline, mark proud. I'm living as a rich knight right now, so that is not helpful to me. Time to share. Keep this card. Whenever you draw a card at the feast, you may give it to another player. For every card given away, you get one geniality. If you do not distribute any cards in this matter by the end of the feast, tick selfish. All right, I know what I want to do here. I think I'm going to take time to share. And I would do emergency. I think I could justify it for Virgil, but I don't like my odds. It's only a 10 out of 10 success, and I don't want to lose any geniality here. So I'm going to keep time to share.
Okay.
You don't want to risk almost killing the victim and getting -5 geniality?
No, I think that tracks for Virgil, but again, like, I think somebody's choking near him, and he's just like... I think if he was to step in, he would step in literally to be like, well, don't die on my fucking food. Come on.
Could you do that a little bit quieter?
Exactly. Exactly the vibe. No. All right,
Annoying
cool.
that I gotta participate in this. All right.
Not
So-
very eventful, but that is my turn.
And it starts you with 1 geniality, but then you potentially can round up from there.
Get some more, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the end of round 1 ends. Is there anything of note? Lady Ellen says she steps up and says, I know that there's a great buzz for the martial tournament, and there were many questions about how many days it would take 2 knights to square off against one another. After some consultation, and you all realize none of you have been consulted on this, she says, we will begin the tournament with factions. The winning faction will then compete for the martial role.
Edrich, realizing that success now relies on, everyone in the faction, kind of tilts his head. Still manageable. Should God be good. I think Edrich isn't too upset by it being different than he expected.
Awesome. And then we go to round 2. So we start with Edrich again.
Edrich would like, if possible, to do the patented De Winterborn swoop and try to approach Lady Ellen to discuss matters of the previous diplomatic mission to Wessex.
Yes, but you aren't above the salt, so getting to the host
I
is
am
more
not.
difficult. but you are genial and you have intrigue. I will give you an intrigue test. -2. So how this will work is if you fail from those 2 points, you'll still get the tick in intrigue, but you'll be stopped short of Lady Ellen by one of her household knights.
Absolutely. So intrigue plus geniality -2.
Yeah.
Cool. Success.
Okay. They just nod your way. You pass.
Edrich returns the nod and walks up. And he will approach and say, Lady Ellen, I hope you are well.
Sir Edrich? He smiles.
I wanted to discuss matters specifically containing to Wessex. Specifically pertaining, Edrich would say the right word, to Wessex. Formerly Hantone.
Yes. There's a look. You succeeded at your intrigue, so you can tell that it's like, oh, great, we can discuss politics at the feast, like at the Christmas feast, right? There's kind of like this no escaping it kind of vibe from her.
Of course not. Of course there's no escaping it.
Yeah.
If this is a bad time,
Of course not.
then we can...
Sir Edrich.
The matter is this, and one that I am sure you have come to as well. King Kurdic, as the case may be, wishes to essentially rule Britain.
When you
as
say
he
Kurdic,
believes it is right.
Robert interrupts and says, "Is a bad man."
Is a bad man indeed.
He smiles.
Aren't you a clever
Go,
lad?
dude.
He's also 4. I'll just reiterate that.
Yeah, no, 100%, and he's got wisdom beyond his years. And Edrich will nod and smile and say, quite so. But that being said, he has a claim, and he wishes to push it, and he will do so onto whoever stands in opposition to him. My expectation is that war with him will come, and it will come soon. Failing that, perhaps he will send an envoy to demand more tribute, as Sussex did.
Quite likely.
My expectation is this, and you can take it for whatever it is. I cannot see the future. I have no crystal ball. Should there be a demand for tribute from Wessex, deny it. Should there be a demand for tribute from other Saxon counties, I recommend giving it. Where Wessex is right now is in a position led by a strong and headstrong ruler. He thinks of himself as a Briton. He wants the land. He can't have it. The land is divided enough as it is, and it cannot be united under Kurdic. He is, after all. And he nods to the count, to the Earl rather, a bad man.
Understood. Thank you, Sir Edrich.
Of course. And Edrich will swoop away.
All right.
But yeah, he was just giving his recommendation and, theories.
They were heard. You didn't get the impression they weren't. So.
Hell yeah.
Florence. Round 2.
Let's go. What is Florence to do? I will draw another card. To be honest, Florence is doing his best to forget his problems at the moment.
You're not alone.
Alright. quarreling knights, just versus arbitrary. Minstrel sings, or minstrels sing. Minstrels play a rousing song. If you like joining in the merriment, play instrument. And then story request. A lady requests you to tell a story of your daring skills, an all-rate roll.
Ooh.
Now, here is the question. Yeah,
All of
I'm
them
gonna
did
do-
quite well.
story request. As Florence is going to regale the people of his great tales of heroism and nobility.
Regale the ladies.
Of course.
Right, and we'll see who this lady is. Random person. Name is Morgan.
That's awkward.
Better than the alternative name being murder.
And neighboring
Alright.
region, which gives me south, east, and west. North. So she is from Lady Morgan from Gentian. Go ahead.
Alright. Florence is in the mood for making everyone have fun, so he's going to make a hospitality passion. So that's what this is about. Success. Alright. +3 for the geniality and +10 because it's a legendary hospitality. A legendary passion.
Hell yes.
Turns out it was not needed either way. Success. The lady enjoys your tale, +2 geniality.
Okay. And what tale did you regale her in?
It will be the tale in which he and his fellow knights bravely sought out the legendary Sword of Victory, and how he managed to defeat a strange creature of both horse and man, and how it was him and his strike from his spear, and definitely no one else in that engagement.
Virgil, like, if he overhears it, he's just like, oh, good, reruns again.
I'm sorry, were you there?
I'm sure he's heard this story enough that
Yeah.
he feels that he is. That he was.
Yeah. Every time Florence tells it, it's a little bit different.
All right.
This time there's 2 horsemen.
Yeah. We moved to Virgil next.
Let's draw them
that's
cards.
2, so you actually got 3 in total, right, Mark?
Actually, it would be
4.
4. 1 for the card, 2 for the success, and 1 for being near the salt.
Oh no.
Can I pass the host card to someone else?
You actually can.
I'm
Or
I'm
roll.
gonna.
If you pass the host card to someone else, we'll still all have to roll.
Correct, but I will get an extra geniality for
You will
doing
get
so.
an extra geniality, yes.
All right, Florence, I think you deserve this host card. There you go.
Alright.
The host rises and calls for everyone to join him in song. Oh god, the toddler wants us to
Oh!
Yeah, that makes sense.
sing. Fuera Jacques, fuera Jacques.
I think
Oh, God.
does this actually take Mark's turn?
I don't think so. I think he gets to take it on mine.
What's the
Okay.
rule of time to share? You may give it to another player.
You may give it to another player.
Yeah, I think they just get to take it on my turn. It's like I'm giving my turn to somebody else.
That makes sense because you're getting a not tick unselfish for that, so that makes sense. And you're getting
I
geniality. So we'll start with your geniality and then have everyone do a call for a song. So yeah, it is for sure. Robert. Someone comes up like is Harold and says, "Excuse me, the young Lord Robert would like to speak," and he jumps on a chair and says, I wanna sing, and he's like, yeah, he's like, sing for me, sing for me. And
He's going mad with power. He
Oh,
must
the
be
tyranny.
stopped.
He must be stopped. Put him down.
Out of curiosity, am I still impassioned? Still the same round?
I think I'd say so, right? It's the same round. Eh?
I don't think that
I
counts
wish
in
I impassioned
feats.
myself with that.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's a pity.
fair enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Virgil out
7.
here singing like Arthur Morgan at the campfires, just like completely out of tune, mostly talking. Just
Home is where you hang your enemy. Can't keep going much longer.
All I know are hymns. That's the best I can do.
I can do poems, but he doesn't want a poem.
So everyone failed. So
everyone
Yep.
failed.
Everyone failed.
We all straight up failed. We all mumble along off key.
I demand a reroll.
Ah,
All right.
All right.
he's abusing his power. He must be taken down.
He's not happy with it. It's like when like
Success.
Another failure.
the
Oh, Sir
karaoke
Florence.
artist tells you to sing along and no one does in the crowd. He's like, all right, that's
Can
not
I-
good enough.
Yeah.
Do it
Can I
again.
re-roll my passion too?
No. Yeah.
Wait,
I thought
We're not
so.
getting to the chorus till everyone gets it right.
Hell yeah, brother!
Oh, yeah. That's what we're looking for. That's
Virgil.
what we've been waiting for.
Minus
Virgil
4
that is-
geniality. If I had let that man choke to death, it would have only been a little bit less socially acceptable.
I won't make you suffer a fumble because you already just failed the previous one. So.
Thank you, sir.
I love it when my friends get good things. Liam, I want so bad for you to take this. It
I
would be so
understand.
funny.
I understand. You know what? It would be worth it to me too. It really would be. I will humbly accept not getting it, but if I were to get it, it would be so good.
Yes. All right. So no geniality loss. However, Florence, as the winning character, I believe gets 2 geniality.
Yeah. And Virgil gets one for passing the card.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That brings us to round 3.
Does that give me 4 for this round? Oh no, because yeah. No,
Yeah,
just 2.
it gives you, 1 from passing and 1 from being above.
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
I'm leaving.
So there is someone that will approach. I think Florence at this moment. Let me just see who. I need to look at a map. Wrong map. Let me do this. River.
I could write him a poem if he likes poems, if he likes singing.
Alright. It's gonna be Lavis.
Uh-oh.
Sir Florence. Sir Albin says.
Sir Albin, a pleasure.
Indeed. How fares Cornwall?
Complicated, as always. Let's say the King of Cornwall is not exactly lenient when it comes to what he considers to be his new territory.
I can see that. That's great. Sorry, just a little back on that. I think Robert wanted Christmas carols. That's great.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Good King Wenceslas slaughtered his foes, dancing across rivers of blood.
Okay. So Albin says, you've been away. In the meantime, I've had this conversation with your brother just because you were away.
Of course.
There are a number of us knights on the Bourne River. We've been meeting. There's talk of a confederacy, a group of knights sworn to the river and each other's mutual protection against raiders.
I see. Confederacy. Not a bad idea. Good to form united areas within the lands.
We'll be riding together at the tournament. Now I know that you have allegiances to the Knights of the Sword, but we would be honored if you'd ride with us.
I see.
No news. Consider it an open invitation, not one that you need to speak to now.
I appreciate that, Sir Alban. I shall consider it. In truth, I have not yet decided whether or not I wish to run said race. I'll consider your invitation.
Hearing that, he says, you might consider, even still, then riding for the group you think has the best outcome for Salisbury.
I see.
You can
Out of
always
curiosity.
bow out of the tournament.
True. Out of curiosity, who do you think that is?
Sir Gareth speaks great things of Erwin, of Cholderton.
I see. Well, I shall consider all you have given me. And I shall probably let you know before the event whether or not I shall ride alongside you.
Very well. Know that the Bourne Confederacy does not require you to ride with us at this tournament. Consider it separate.
Very well, then. Any other talks of the Confederacy, I'm sure, can be given to my brother. He is, ensuring the manor is alright while I am away. I'm sure he can handle it.
He nods. Good to see you, old friend.
And you as well.
And he'll walk off. And round 3, Edrich.
Round 3. I think Edric's done what he wanted to do, which is mostly just pass on strategic analysis. I think I'm gonna draw some more cards. I think I'm gonna get freaky. Alright, so we got popular. You're populous knight. Everyone seems drawn to you. Why? Who are these people? What do they want? If I keep the card, I gain 2 geniality per round. At the end of the round, that's less helpful. A lady and you, which is a host card. But I think that's only if I have the card at the end of the feast. I interact with a lady. At the start of each round, I can keep the card or discard it. If I keep it, +1 geniality per round.
Yeah,
It's
not the
the end of
best
the round,
for...
and it's the end of the round, and I'm already married to this lady right there. That giant battle axe of a Saxon lady. I'm not going to jeopardize that for anything. Chivalrous life. The conversation turns to matters of chivalry. I roll 1d6 and test what is rolled.
Yeah, so again, the idea of chivalry does not exist, so there's no conversation on chivalry. There's a conversation
Absolutely.
on whatever topic. You can still roll the d6 for this, and it's whatever topic comes up.
I think purely for mathematical value, I like chivalrous life. However, I think popular is the best of the cards. It's too good. I'm going to roll chivalrous life.
Okay.
So let me roll that d6. 1. Energetic. I imagine I don't add my geniality to this. Do I?
No. Not for these.
Yeah. Oh, that is
really?
painful.
Wow.
Yep, 17 of 16. That's a failure. I get 1 geniality from drawing the card, but unfortunately, Edrich doesn't really have too much to say beyond if you can't literally get up every morning at 4 a.m. and go to bed at midnight, you're failing as a knight. And he can't quite get across, like, its determination,
Yeah,
rather than...
I think it's one of those things where it's like you embody, because you're famously energetic, you embody energetic. Doesn't mean you know how to
Yeah, it's hard to explain it to people. Yeah.
Or even why it's important. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't be lazy, and they'll never catch you.
Yeah.
But yes, it's unfortunate. Had I picked popular, I would have gotten far more geniality.
You talk
But
about
in
your
this,
workout routine at 4 a.m. and your 6 a.m. routine, your 8 a.m. routine.
Precisely.
And you have...
Look, if you never sleep, they can't kill you.
Okay, so that still amounts to 1. Is that how that works?
2 geniality total. 1 from being near the salt, 1 from picking the card.
I feel like it's gonna burn me eventually that I'm doing this wrong and I haven't looked up the right rules for geniality, but that's okay.
Don't worry about it.
Maybe we'll retcon eventually. When we hit the famous level, I'll start to roll back to the normal part, the normal rules.
I think we're doing it right.
Apparently not, but it's okay.
No?
According to Trent, and I believe him. It's okay. Florence, you're up.
All right. Florence is going to do something different. I think he is going to focus on attempting to garner attention. I think he's specifically going to go around talking to people. He's kind of been inspired with Sir Alpin saying, going around going, well, I'm not too sure what I would do about this faction business, who I might join. I mean, it's all kind of, I find myself a little bit open when it comes to this kinds of things. And he's basically getting it out that he's pretty much going to be a spear for hire, as it were, because he wants to get an idea of who would be interested in want him to join their team.
Florence, you're shopping around?
You gotta find out what you're worth.
All right, so you want to know generally who the factions are? Who are you approaching on this? Sorry.
Well, I mean, the idea was to generally shop around, but if he was going for, specifically people that would be in the know, I think he might actually go for Sir Jareth.
Okay. You find Sir Jareth. He seems to be playing the role at the high table, having a good time.
Ah, Sir Jareth. I'm glad I ran into you. I was wondering if you might be able to talk for a few moments.
Sir Florence, always good to see you. Back from Cornwall, I see.
Yes. I'm curious. I mean, you've heard all about this faction business, I'm sure. You generally strike me as someone in the know. One that has a good ear to the ground when it comes to these sorts of things. I find myself in an interesting position. You know, not exactly strong ties to any particular figures that wish to make themselves the Marshal. So I'm more interested to hear what you've heard. Who's whispering about different sides, and who seems to be pulling those to his banner, and the like.
Well, I wouldn't consider myself too in the know. I've been away for some time. But there are many rumors, I suppose. I hear this talk of this secret-born confederacy.
Is that so?
Surely you must have heard of that by now. I hear your brother Rodri's been active in conversations.
Oh yes, of course. You know, I hear whispers and tales of almost a lot of things that happens in Salisbury. From what I could tell of it, it just seems to be an agreement between those on the Bourne River on, alliances against bandits and the such. I'm guessing you may have heard a little bit more.
Well, for certain, I wouldn't see them growing beyond that reach to any sort of control of Salisbury or determining its future.
I see.
There's also talk of the knights of Lady Ellen's household. Very likely that they will form under the banner of Sir Bar and Sir Leo.
Not unexpected. Curious then. You heard of any wild cards, as it were?
Well, I've been having a few discussions myself. Been contemplating putting together my own retinue or unit to participate. Though I can't say I'm certain to do so.
I see. But if you were to pick, where do you think your options would lie?
Well, Sir Leo would be the safe bet, I would imagine. We all know what Leo is up to, as boring as he is.
Then do you see it likely he would win?
What about you Knights of the Sword? None of you have a vested interest? I know that Perin's missing, but what about his brother Virgil? Rumors tell that he's been telling foreign dignitaries that he will kill them in battle.
Yes, what a wonderful marshal he would be. Marching us all right off the cliff. The man is a great warrior, a great knight. I wouldn't call him a tactician.
I would agree. What about Edrich?
To be honest, I think Edrich would be pretty good for the role. He is a man of specific means. You generally have a good idea of where he's heading in that regard. Despite his secretive nature, he very much wears his heart upon his sleeve. He's strong enough to take the role, and also has enough pull to keep it. But he's rash. Too often is he one to create enemies where there need not be any. See enemies where there are perhaps more open cases.
I often wonder if my brother Jaren and him aren't twins separated at birth.
There certainly is the similarity.
He would be a strong leader. He would lead our armies well in battle, I have no doubt. Do you think he could be swayed to the right decisions?
Certainly. As long as no threats are used. He's not a man that intimidation works against. If anything, it has the opposite intended effect.
Do you think that he could avoid landing a duel with everyone who would call him a Saxon lover?
Therein lies the issue. His choice of the heart is very much a reason why I can see many would not want him to take on the role. I'm curious. Have there been any talks of me? I know I'm not exactly the first people's mind when it comes to someone who would take up the position of marshal. One's always curious what others think of them.
There hasn't been much talk of you. I imagine that's due to your announcement at Easter Court. I'd say that many would be worried that you earning the marshal role would be simply a means of manipulating Lady Ellen into a war in Cornwall that we could otherwise avoid.
I see. In that case, as I see it, there's only 3 real candidates. Sir Leo, Sir Edrich, and perhaps even Sabar. Then again, he might be getting a little old for it.
So Leo and Bar will ride together, for sure. They've been old friends. Though I suppose such things can separate people. After all, it seems that you and Edrich aren't as close as you used to be.
Yes. Well, what it comes down to is we can't have all 3 on the same team. Then it gets a little risky. Then it becomes all about the matter of the sword. and not one's actual worth as a marshal.
Ah. So you're seeing it for what it is, then?
Yes. The side I pick is the side I can aid. Or hamper, if need be. Whatever happens, it must be a good decision for Salisbury. For the future.
A faction that enters the tournament without a leader will fall upon itself on the battlefield. So they must inherently choose the best of them to lead. And if that unit becomes the victor, a number of them may already see their future marshal. I'm not so certain it will go all the way to an individual's tournament. And I think that might be the Lady Ellen's plan.
I see. Well then, I'll have to see what becomes of it.
Have you heard the news from the Saxon shore?
Not specifically. Which one?
Duke Corneus has been spotted. He's alive. He leads the refuge of Hantone up north to his lands. But on the way, a battle was fought with East Saxon. Part of the Saxon shore has been recovered.
It has.
Individual pockets. But it is spreading. This is Jaren's work. And as much as it pains me to admit it, I thought him a fool. But it seems that the wild cards involved made it quite possible. Kercolin. Hold on. Bob needs to remember which one's the top one. There's two, and it's Kercolin and Carwent, and I mix them up all the time. I want to say Kercolin's the top one. Let's see if I'm right. Nope, Carwent is the top one. This is Pockets of Carwent.
I see. Well, it's good to hear. I only hope victory can continue. Too often every passes we've seen victory quickly sour.
And give me an intrigue test. I forgot to do that.
Intrigue plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $11 on 20. So success.
You know, he's been very vague about whether he wishes to participate or has any plans therein. I would be willing to side with you, Sir Florence. I would rather side with another lord of these lands. Put our collective influence together on the right outcome. Let me know
I see.
when you decide.
I will. I'll send a missive. I do that so often these days.
Did I give Florence his genealogy already, or no? I don't think so, because
I don't think so.
He would currently be at 11 after the 2 for this round.
Yeah. Okay. Now it's good. All right. And then because you rolled the high entry, you know that you have some lands that your wife and Perin's wife both potentially have freed up there. And so
Which
would
is
Jared.
something to look into.
Or Jared.
Jared. Well, that means he may become my friend sooner than I intended.
You
see.
get the impression.
upset
Sorry. You get the impression that Jareth has something up his sleeve too, by the way. Some kind of wild card. You're not sure exactly what it is, but you get the impression that it's probably a big one.
Yeah. Okay.
And we'll go to Virgil for the last piece.
Yo. All right, I gotta draw another card. Someday I will talk to Bronwyn about my problems, but for now I need to fucking go. Look at all that geniality you guys have. I need to try to catch up.
I love how that plays out in the feast. It's like, oh man, I've got all this politicking to do, but I'm gonna lead the dance instead.
More food and more drink. No.
Okay, so you got some choices.
Okay.
Oh, feast? Man, I'm slipping on this stuff. Almond omelet, beaver tails, and hippocras. That's a good spread. Yeah.
Not bad.
This sucks.
The crass of the hippo, of course, is the most nutritious part.
Man.
Dancing is in fact a genial thing. There is that.
Yeah, that helps a little bit to my fucking 2. Man.
25%.
All right, well, I'll get one more for the card. That'll give me a +5.
No, you gotta wait for the card.
Oh, fuck.
You can... Do you have any, passions?
I have hospitality. That one could probably work. I just don't know if Virgil would call on hospitality. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go. We're doing it.
Maybe after the leave. So leave talk?
Yeah. Let's do it. I'm gonna lead this fucking dance. Let's go. Hell yeah. All right. I get a +9 to this. That means I'm rolling above 10.
How far above 10?
Oh, nice.
Hell yes.
So close to a crit. Okay, cool. So I get to tick dancing and I get 1 geniality for an okay dance. Attaboy.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you lead it.
So
he's leading it, yeah. Can I add something for effect?
Yeah.
I would like the entire dance for Virgil to be making intense and angry eye contact with Lady Bronwyn.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. And I think there's even a point where, it's like you're switching partners and you have to partner with her for half a second if we want to play on that at all.
Yes, I need to speak with her, if only for a moment. Lady Bronwyn, you look lovely tonight. Merry Christmas.
Why is it every word out of your mouth seems like a dagger, Sir Virgil?
I believe it runs in the family, my dear. You just never noticed it before. I don't know if they'll have an opportunity to talk more while dancing.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
He didn't get to say what he wanted to, but he acknowledged her, and I think that was important.
You exist.
Mhm.
We've always disliked you. I'm just bad at hiding it.
Spiced with hippo.
All right. And that brings us to the end of the feast. Couple of more pieces as we go to close for the night. Some of the rumors you hear over the next little bit. I will bring you to a map.
I would just like to do one little very quick thing.
What's up?
That's mostly Edrich telling Sir Florence that your brother is recovering well under my mother's care. He was mortally wounded by a gang of roving fairy creatures. He's all right.
Let's bring you two together for this moment, I think.
Absolutely.
Great.
Sir Florence.
Sir Edrich. It has been quite a while. I hope you've been well.
I endure. And I hope you have been well as well. I hear stirrings about King Ira.
Yes. King Ira has been quite irate.
Ah, that's clever.
I wish it was.
I wanted to inform you about something in case you had not heard from Rotary or any of your family. Sir Cadfael is well, mortally wounded, but will be recovering under the care of my mother and soon shall be well enough to travel and will likely return to Idmiston Manor.
I see. I thank you for seeing that my brother was safeguarded.
It is no matter. I was on business in the area and found him wounded on his horse. He was staying in an area where the Prince Maddock, would stay, an old stronghold of his, before it was overrun by fairy creatures from realms heretofore unplumbed.
Fairy
That's he
creatures?
lives.
That's quite odd.
Spriggans. Quite so.
Good to hear that he is alright.
Indeed. And you see for a moment he looks as if he's on the verge of broaching something before he tilts his head and kind of... Regardless, there is work to do within Salisbury and without. I trust with the volatile nature of Axe, we will still be seeing you in the, let us say, delicate political matters to come.
I will make my appearances when possible. Is there something you wish to say, Sir Edrich?
My tongue is bound by an oath in this case. It involves my sojourn into the Mirkwood Forest, but I'm sure more will become available in time.
I see.
For the rest...
You may interpret that a particular way, Edrich, because she did mention seeking Florence when she arrived at your house originally.
Oh, she did, didn't she? Have you been in contact with... well, what's the most delicate way to put it? He says as he kind of leads Florence into a far less populated area. The Lady Igraine.
Looks at him for a moment. Looks around. What goes? If I had been, why do you ask?
It seems she has been staying quite nearby in the Amesbury Abbey along with her youngest daughter, Morgan. The problem is, the youngest daughter has gone missing.
She's missing?
She sought my assistance to find her, and so far the tracks led to the forest, where I encountered your brother, wounded.
The forest. I see.
I ask because when she came to my house, she was originally seeking yourself.
Right.
I feel 2 knights may succeed where one less than stellar.
Yes. We shall talk more after this feast.
Quite so. Well, I understand you were close to Golo and to Igraine. Can Morgan change into other shapes?
What?
It's been something that's been bugging me with her tracks the entire time, like little clawed feet.
So, Edrich, she's a child.
Fair enough.
In either case, you're right.
Oslav
It will
had the
do
same
better for both
reaction.
of us.
She threw dough in my face.
You're the one many people see as a potential. I digress. Actually, I am curious on that matter.
My tactical and strategic acumen has nothing to do with my paranoia.
Believe otherwise. On a similar question, honestly, between us as friends, do you want to be Marshal?
Truly? I do not ultimately think it matters. I will do my best as part of one of the factions to succeed, and I hope, should I achieve the position, to marshal wisely and well. But the words of my family, per officium gloria, through duty, glory, I can serve effectively as marshal or not as marshal. If I am not marshal, I can go far more many places with greater freedom. But I will not deny power has its look. I will leave it to God and to matters of politics. You can tell in his smile, he will manage the politics. He's going to do his best, both on the battlefield and without.
Well, my biggest concern will always be your... Maybe temper's not the right word, but it's not necessarily wrong.
No, you would be correct there. I feel when it comes to matters of realpolitik, of diplomacy, state-wise and otherwise, one learns to subsume the self and consider the wider picture. One hopes.
Then he leans in and goes,
Um,
perhaps you should take those words to heart yourself.
well, politics and fury is one thing. There are things more important than those. Would I have heard about the Bourne Confederacy?
Nope.
Indeed. One way or the other. I'll see what I can do. But I think you and I both know there are more important things at stake than status. Saxon invasions to prepare for, monsters in the forest.
I digress. Status is just as important in these times. Making sure those of the right persuasions hold such status, and that it does not fall into the wrong hands.
There are only a few who I would consider wrong hands. But that said, they are vocal. But as vocal as they are meek. They will fall in line, or they will break. Or, worst case scenario, they end up as marshal and march us into doom and disgrace.
I wish to avoid
But how
such
likely is
scenarios.
1 minute, guys.
We should.
No.
Absolutely. But we should, how likely is that? Yes, fair enough. We should avoid such matters. In any case, I shall be investigating the forest. Your brother should be well enough to ride within days.
In either case, I will join you in such investigations while I am in Salisbury. Anyway, I will see you around, my
Anyway.
friend.
Enjoy yourself, Florence. And Edrich swoops away.
I changed my mind. I'm going to do one, 2-minute vignette. It's going to involve Liam here. So,
Absolutely.
Alright.
I'm going to flash over there.
I'm sorry, Virgil. I'm sorry.
Dude, Virgil would be a little bit upset. Liam, I get it. I do. I so do.
I want to bring you with us to kill monsters.
Hey, man, maybe you should. Virgil could be helpful. He could be so
You just
helpful.
can't tell him what we're doing. We're just going here for no reason. Just bring your sword.
Look, I
And your
will
armor.
say, Virgil does have 18 honor. If you ask him to swear not to tell anybody, he will do that.
Indeed.
Yeah, as noted, good night. I think.
Yeah.
We cut back to another flashback as we see Perin once again. You find yourself standing at Stonehenge, a giant stance. You see a man up ahead, cloaked. I think you know without seeing his visage who this likely is.
I think he knew as soon as he saw Stonehenge. Perin scratches at his beard. And I was beginning to wonder if you would see me, or if you were done with me.
Almost.
Ah,
There's still time.
I suspect you knew what would happen, didn't you?
Knew what, not how, not when.
Huh. Well, even if you did, I suppose I wouldn't blame you. I'm glad you came to me like this, whatever it is. Even if you need me for something. I think, perhaps, if you hadn't, I might have grown to resent you, old man. Is the boy okay?
He lives, he breathes. But this island's future still rests uncertain. I will see to that the best I can. Many
I'm sure
things
you
to do.
I imagine, yes. You needed me, or needed to tell me something.
I've need of you again.
No doubt. Well, what can I do for you, Merlin?
Join me here. On the solstice. In the 498th year of our Lord. Don't be late.
Despite the fact of where we are, I wouldn't dream of it, Merlin.
And I wanted to check in one last thing as we close out. Did anyone ever take the black goat?
Florence would have, if it was an option.
But did anyone declare that they did?
I don't think
I
anyone
did not
declared it.
declare as such.
Oh man, how long ago was that?
That was ages ago.
Yeah.
right
11
at the
years.
beginning. That was like
I
episode
assumed
2 or 3.
The
Yeah.
goat just kept running, and we never saw it again.
Yeah. I
I
wanted
don't
to
think
make
we
sure
ever
that was
caught
my
it.
memory. Florence,
Can you imagine after defeat? Sorry, you go.
this winter, the black goat arrives at your at your estate in Inmiston.
It's Merlin's dad.
Doesn't seem to have any sort of, like, I don't know if you would try to speak to it or anything, but doesn't seem to have any of that. It just chews on grass, but you're able to claim it as part of your homestead if you want.
I think he would. I think Florence would just
Insanely
say,
long-lived goat.
yeah, I think Florence would just say the usual things of, it's been quite a while since I've seen you.
Just choose.
I wonder if you have suffered as much as I have. Maybe you've left a peaceful life. Why not? Come on. You're welcome in my home. For what it's worth.
Alright. And we're gonna close there, just for the sake that we're over the 4-hour mark when we went to go
That's
2.5. I'm gonna just keep you guys for 5 minutes to talk to you as I move us to raid somebody. Let's see. I think we still have a couple people in here. Yeah.
Florence is definitely going to talk to that goat about all his deepest, darkest secrets.
It's gonna be like his confidant.
His companion. Yeah.
If there's one thing I've learned, do not trust cute or sinister-looking.
What do you
woodland
think?
Animals.
Bah!
Yeah.
I agree.
Wise.
I thought so. I thought that
Wise.
might be the case. I didn't want to face it, but I think you're right. Assigning all this.
I'm 90% sure it's a red cap in disguise.
He's definitely Florence's therapy animal.
I think
My therapy animal is my horse.
I think extremely Christian souls definitely love goats as iconography. I think they're probably
Especially
Well,
black, jet
Yeah.
black goats.
I'm sure there's
Jet black,
nothing to be afraid of
long-lived
for this.
goats. Who, when last you saw, was in a prophetic dream that you had after defeating a giant.
No, I actually had him. I held him in my hands, and then he disappeared.
No, you had a prophetic dream, and
Oh, yeah, and then
you had
we
him in your
fought,
hands, yeah.
All right. Let's do some quick outros. Anyone got anything super important? If not, we can just say our general goodbyes.
No, I'm feeling a little sick, so I'm gonna.
I'm
ready to go.
Let's go ahead and wrap it. This has been a long episode. We're gonna close it here. I'm gonna talk to you guys.
Oh,
on
what
the
a
side.
good one though.
Let's start.
We have a
with-
Discord. Just showing that out.
Yeah, check out our Discord. There's links
Handy
in our
dandy.
socials. We do have things, but we'll check out literally any other episode at the end. We'll break it down for you.
All right, and we'll catch you next time. Take care.
Bye.